guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FAA is pausing planned flight reductions now that the government shutdown has ended. Staffing shortages caused air traffic controller absences, leading to over 1,000 canceled flights and 3,500 delays. The agency will monitor as controllers begin receiving back pay. Vice President J.D. Vance said the recently ended 43-day government shutdown caused widespread hardship, all for nothing, blaming Democrats for rejecting a deal weeks earlier. While speaking to Sean Hannity on Fox News, Vance praised President Trump's leadership, saying the administration anticipated the reopening.
Here's what the Democrats actually accomplished. They caused a lot of stress for our troops. They made our air traffic controllers not get paid. They caused a lot of flight cancellations. They had a lot of people thinking they weren't going to get their food benefits, all for literally nothing.
The funding bill keeps government programs running through January, including SNAP benefits for over 42 million Americans. MSNBC host Jen Psaki referred to President Trump as a predator last night, and then she quickly corrected herself.
You're talking about the other predators out there, in addition to Trump. I mean, I'm not saying he is. We don't know all the details about that. I just mean in addition to what we've learned about Epstein and others, there's other predators out there.
The comment came amid discussions of newly released emails from convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, which referenced Trump. The White House called the emails a politically motivated smear, noting Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre said Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing. You could fall victim to a credit card scam and not even know it.
The Better Business Bureau says criminals use small devices to charge cards by merely getting close to someone's purse or pocket, literally tapping your card without your knowledge. They say it usually happens in a busy location or crowd. The Better Business Bureau suggests an RFID blocking wallet and setting up email alerts to any charges on your card. I'm Sarah Walters.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
It has been, I think it's fair to say, a bruising 9 months. But now the fight is over, and it's time to come together.
Self-described Democratic Socialist Katie Wilson has won the race for mayor of Seattle.
On election night, Katie Wilson was behind incumbent Bruce Harrell, but as more votes were tallied, she took the lead. Wilson has won the election by nearly 2,000 votes. Wilson is similar to New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, who also identifies as a Democratic Socialist. Harrell called Wilson on Thursday to concede the race. I'm Brad Ford.
Los Angeles County attorneys are investigating State Farm over their handling of insurance claims tied to January's wildfire damage.
Officials say they're focusing on whether State Farm violated California's unfair competition law. The move follows growing complaints from residents about delays, underpayments, and denials of legitimate claims. County Council says California's largest insurance carrier has been told they must comply with all state regulations and stop all unlawful or unfair business practices. LA County Board of Supervisor Chair Catherine Barger says the county's heard enough from wildfire survivors and State Farm must act quickly. She goes on to say that fair and timely payments aren't a privilege, they're a right. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Evacuations in Weatherford, Oklahoma have ended after an overnight ammonia leak from a tanker truck at a local Holiday Inn. Air quality has improved. 36 people were hospitalized, 11 of those flown to Oklahoma City. Police Chief Angelo Orfici.
The shelter in place has been lifted. People can go back to their residence. They do not have to evacuate anymore.
Between 500 and 600 residents were affected. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Time to cue the microphone and get the party started. Here we go. Ready for the Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Well, here it is, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. No aurora borealis tonight. Actually, not even seeing any stars. Cloud covered. When's this so-called warm-up going to get underway? Thought the AccuWeather god said we're going to warm up. 38 is what I'm seeing outside the secret bunker at this hour. Still a rather chilly night. All right, but they do tell us the warm-up has begun, especially in the central states. Matter of fact, as we roll through the weekend, there's a good likelihood some record high temperatures. Most of those, Texas, maybe a few, could fall in Oklahoma as the warm-up begins in earnest. But first, hi there. Good to have you along for the ride as we close out a work week. From time zone to time zone, shall we turn the page on the calendar? Day number 14 in the month of November. All right, as our friends in the Northeast, you're going to be kind of stuck in this chilly, blustery pattern. You're not really seeing the warm-up. Yeah, the rain flooding parts of California. 1.5 million square miles, an area in the central states. Things are going to be dry, sunny, temperatures rising well above historical mid-November averages through the weekend here. All right, I'm not going to complain. A northward bulge in the jet stream positioned over the midsection of the country. It's going to block any cold air and storms from the front range of the Rockies through the plains, much of the Mississippi Valley and the southeast over the coming days. As the pattern continues, as I mentioned, we may be challenging some daily record highs across parts of the plains, the Mississippi Valley, starting today, Friday, Saturday as well. Looky here, by Saturday afternoon, highs in the 80s will be common across the southern plains. Several locations are going to be topping out in the upper 80s. I mean, we're talking more typical of early September versus mid-November. Looking at some of the forecast highs for Saturday here. Wichita Falls, your forecast high 89. Yeah, that would be a new record high. The old record 85, which was seen several times. 1955, 1965. Lubbock, Texas, forecast high of 88. The same for Abilene and Lawton, Oklahoma. All three of those cities, old records would be 85, so they could all be broken. Tulsa, looking at a forecast high of 83. That would just break the old record of 82 that was set back in 1950. In the northern plains and upper Midwest, the warmer temperatures peak out here on Friday. Widespread highs in the 60s. We will see some cooler air advance southward and southeast over the weekend. Highs in Chicago expected to reach the 60s again, both Friday and Saturday. St. Louis, Kansas City, Missouri, you're going to be well into the 70s. I mean, we're talking about 20 above average for mid-November. Temperatures in the southeast a bit lower than in the south central states, but considerably warmer than we saw earlier this week with that Arctic outbreak. We saw highs Monday only in the 40s in Atlanta as well as Charlotte. Temperatures dropping into the 30s across central and northern Florida in those early morning hours. As the warmer air moves in from the central states, highs climbing into the 70s in Atlanta. You'll be near 80 there in Orlando. Average highs for this time of year would be mid-60s Atlanta, upper 70s Orlando, a little bit above average. Along with the warm, dry pattern will come an elevated risk of wildfires. Breezes will add to this danger where the vegetation is already dried out from the summer. Wildfire threats expected to shift from the southern plains to the southeast next week as moisture from the Gulf begins to spread from the lower Mississippi Valley toward the southern Rockies. Depending on the strength and the path of an approaching storm system, this current dry pattern could very well end and flip over to the risk of potential flash flooding in small streams and urban areas. I do see red flag warnings, the wildfire risk, I guess, elevated through central and western Nebraska, south central and southeastern portions of South Dakota, where you'll see the gusty winds. Matter of fact, even some wind advisories through southeastern portions of Wyoming. You'll do some gusty winds there in parts of Montana as well. Meanwhile, it's winter weather advisories for the higher elevations of the Sierra Nevada, and in some cases, winter storm warnings. The train of storms continues, a two-part system, bringing rounds of heavy rain for the end of the week and through the weekend. Second wave could produce rainfall amounts typically seen over months of time. We're probably going to see some pretty significant travel disruptions, flash flooding, debris flows. First part of the storm has already come in. The heaviest rain for San Francisco was throughout this past afternoon. In Sacramento, you're seeing some rounds of rain through the overnight hours tonight. Heavier amounts, 2 to 4 inches along the coastal areas of Northern California, the lower and southwest-facing slopes of the Sierra Nevada. Strong winds blasting the California coast and the high country of the coastal ranges, the Siskiyous, Sierra Nevada. Could see some sporadic regional power outages. 40, 50-mile-per-hour winds will not be uncommon. AccuWeather says we could see gusts approaching 100 miles per hour over the highest ridges and peaks there. Snow levels have been well above pass levels, and that continues to be the case through much of the day here for Friday. But then colder air does begin to sweep in. To end the week, snow levels begin to dip into the passes. Perhaps an inch or two of snow for Donner Pass along I-80. Friday morning, the heaviest snow in the order of 1 to 3 feet, accumulating over the high country of the central and southern Sierra Nevada from late tonight through Friday night. But the second leg of the storm begins Friday night, continues through Saturday into Saturday night. Torrential rain, gusty thunderstorms across much of Southern California. The L.A. basin could see 2 to 4 inches of rain from just that second wave. That would be months of accumulation there. Hourly rainfall rates at times could approach 1 inch per hour. All right, rainfall of that intensity, obviously, on the mountain slopes, as well as the slightly lesser amounts in the city itself, the immediate coast and the deserts to the east, will lead to some dangerous flash flooding and mudslides. We could see some roads being washed out. The bulk of the rain from that second and more moisture-packed leg of the storm is going to fall south of San Francisco and Sacramento. Showers will probably linger in Southern California even into Sunday. Meanwhile, we could actually see some thunderstorms in the mix here. Heavy rainfall going to shift eastward into the desert southwest, southeastern California, southern Nevada, Arizona. These areas will see anywhere from a half inch to 2 inches of rain, and some of that falling in a matter of several hours' time. Flash flooding will be an issue as those arroyos rapidly fill with water and begin carrying debris, increasing the risk of flash flooding. We'll even see some rain approaching, Las Vegas, Palm Springs, California later in the day today. Could see some downpours reaching Phoenix. All 3 cities and other communities, including Flagstaff, Tucson, will have that risk for flash flooding and road closures over the weekend. So the busy pattern this time around is actually western portions of the country, southwest, as a matter of fact. All right, travelers' weather around the country as we get a new day underway. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy out of the box again tonight. The real greatest day of the week. Well, except for the fact it's my weekend to work. Steve's getting the weekend started. Throwing the breakers. The FR3 antenna is up. Stick Shit Eliminator Power Mic is on. All that taking place somewhere beneath the Earth's crust in the Hot Shot Secret Hidden Bunker. All right, let the picks begin. Will the prognosticator of prognosticators redeem himself this week and outdo the grumpy old grump? Or will the analyzer prevail once again and dish out another prostate exam? Hey, stay tuned to find out. Are you with me? There you go. Pappy, sorry you got to work this weekend, but all right, John Ferguson, morning from Southern Oklahoma. One of those 16-hour waits for a pickup. Anyway, it's 65 degrees. Nice night to rest and recoup a little bit. Everybody stay safe out there. Gary's on board. Morning, Steve, all the overnight crew on this casual Friday. Hello, Marianne. Hello to all the listening friends, as she likes to say. Jeffrey, Southern Florida, on board. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Shorty rolls I-77 northbound, Mount Airy, North Carolina. 39 degrees, Columbus bound tonight. All right, Bill checks in. Morning, everyone. Happy Friday. 41 degrees clear here, Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight. We're on the Pizza Shuttle Express. Thank you to everyone for the prayers for my wife. The ablation for her AFib went well. She's feeling better, hopefully, for a long while. All right, have a great weekend, everybody. I got to work Saturday. Can't complain, though. It's time and a half. And drivers, be safe out there. Good morning, Mr. Steve, all the overnight crew. Everybody be safe. All you truckers, truck safe. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. We've got clear skies in Indianapolis with 48 degrees at this hour. Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down. Be safe as we roll towards Schenectady, then back to Wilmington, Delaware to reload for Monday. That's 2 Saturday loads canceled back to back. All right, we'll get to some of our other listening friends checking in here as we kick off a Friday, Casual Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits. And EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How about a shout out to the two-time world champion bull hauler? All right, check it in. Morning, Steve, 50 degrees. Amarillo, Texas. So, the first performance of the 30th annual WRCA Ranch Rodeo Finals is in the books. My morning started at 5 a.m. Wow, we just got done eating supper at the Hospitality Center. Now it's back to the hotel. My day will begin again at 5 a.m. I want to give a massive, huge, special shout out to Big Ed for filling in for me this week. And this massive, huge shout out is a Lone Star shout out from the Potter County, Texas, home of the American Quarter Horse Hall of Fame. All right, I've been sharing some of your videos there. Two-time. Hope you're having a good time there. Enjoy. All right, good to get away from it all, right? Hello to Buckeye Boy, checking in from out Phoenix, Arizona. All right, 69 degrees at this hour. One day closer to my pickup on Sunday. Yeah, nice thing about the hotel is there's a Waffle House and a gun shop nearby. I went over to take a look around. I may get some ammo later today. You know, you can never have enough. All right, have a great night, better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. And yeah, based on the forecast I shared there a few minutes ago, you may get some showers over the weekend, maybe even some heavy rain at times there, Buckeye Boy, before you make your pickup there Sunday. It is 844-844-3388. I do not see a Captain Ron, but I'm sure he would let us know we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week. I guess we'll have to settle for, I don't know, what day is it there, Horse Feathers?
So, no, we're not doing Hey Mike. No, not on a casual Friday. We got to do Hey Becky.
Yeah,
hey
okay.
Becky, what? There you go. All right. So, anyways, what's your call screener say there for you when I left my message? Did it come up with anything good?
Let's see, pretty much what you just said. We're jumping ahead. Driving through, let's see, we're driving through Paradise here. Intercourse up the road, 2.5, 3 hours away. Hard driving, you get to Climax. Do you know what state I'm in?
Well?
Pennsylvania.
There you go. All right there.
I know those.
Oh,
I
yeah.
recognize the names of those towns. They are real places.
Yeah, somebody mentioned that there the other day there on one of the feeds I got there, and they said, talking about Intercourse and Paradise and Bird in Hand, and of course I had to add in there, with 2.5 or 3 hours of hard driving, you can get to Climax there.
Right.
And that's, it's out there off of I-80. So anyways, but, yeah, up and down the hills there. Anyways, so a couple peaks out there to go across to get to Climax. Wait a minute. It's Casual Friday, right? Isn't that right?
That is correct.
In all seriousness, in Pennsylvania, I saw on the sign Saturday p.m., the afternoon, evening, I-83 in Harrisburg will be closed from exits 43 to 45. They've been doing a lot of lane reconstruction from below the base, rebasing, regrading, redoing everything, and they're apparently doing a lane shift and moving lanes from one place to another. So apparently they either need to work where we're driving or need us to drive somewhere that they've already got done working, or I don't know what the deal is. But Saturday night, so now it's Friday for us here on the East Coast, so 24 hours from now, I-83 will be closed in Harrisburg. So you should be able to take the 581 to get around to the west to back to 81, or if you're coming up 283 from Lancaster, you have to run up the other part of 83 to get back to 81 and go around Harrisburg to the north and not try to do Harrisburg on the south. So just a warning, heads up for anybody coming through. So, anyways, hey, was it Larry there that said that no Saturday loads? Was this no Saturday loads going up there to upstate New York? That he was real.
That I'm not sure. I can't say for certain. But yeah, that's 2 weeks in a row, he said.
I was wondering if the New York economy is having problems up there, not supporting having loads delivered, that extra load on Saturday delivered.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, anyways.
I guess
did you hear that
I don't know if he's, I'm not sure exactly what he's hauling, if he's doing the auto part stuffing. Like Carl. Carl said he only had 3 loads all week for Honda, and they don't have the chips.
Yeah. And I don't know really. Is automotive wise up in upstate New York? I don't know of a whole lot up there, especially the Schenectady area. I mean, Schenectady back in the day was big for General Electric. I mean, that's what Schenectady was known for. That was the home of General Electric. They actually made the diesel engines there. The General Electric part, the electric part of the diesel engines for the railroads, they were all made right there in Schenectady, New York. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, hey, we got to pause there, so hold the thought. But let me remind you, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The FAA is pausing planned flight reductions now that the government shutdown has ended. Staffing shortages caused air traffic controller absences, leading to over 1,000 canceled flights and 3,500 delays. The agency will monitor as controllers begin receiving back pay. Vice President J.D. Vance said the recently ended 43-day government shutdown caused widespread hardship, all for nothing, blaming Democrats for rejecting a deal weeks earlier. While speaking to Sean Hannity on Fox News, Vance praised President Trump's leadership, saying the administration anticipated the reopening.
Here's what the Democrats actually accomplished. They caused a lot of stress for our troops. They made our air traffic controllers not get paid. They caused a lot of flight cancellations. They had a lot of people thinking they weren't going to get their food benefits, all for literally nothing.
The funding bill keeps government programs running through January, including SNAP benefits for over 42 million Americans. From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388. Up where we left off as we roll into a casual Friday. All right, got a couple of folks chiming in. Shorty actually said his son hauls auto parts, and he said the biggest thing for the slowdown that he's seen for the auto industry is that metal plant in New York that caught fire. I think it was that the one that's impacting the aluminum, I think it was. Then Uncle Chop said GE built the locomotives in Erie, PA for years. All right, welcome back.
Yeah, they had multiple shops that they did that in, but as I say, Schenectady was real big there, and of course all your electric fans and toasters and all the things that GE brought to life there, Your Honor.
Yes.
Life. Well, whatever their advertisement was, but yep. So anyway, speaking of New York, did you happen to hear that the New York governor says that she doesn't have money to give to New York City for the free buses, the free bus rides? How can that be?
And I'm something about. Is it true that she also said she's not going to raise taxes on the rich people there? And is she butting heads with Mondami? I'm not sure.
I hadn't heard that one yet, but that's kind of hard to believe coming from a Democrat.
That could very
taxes.
well be. That could be like a Facebook rumor, you know.
Yeah, it could be. So. I know our governor here in Maryland's trying to figure out any way he can to do his redistricting. He's trying to make it so the Republicans don't have a chance to elect anybody into the state representatives if they redistrict it right. And so I don't know. We're in about a 30 to 70 or a 40 to 60% minority in Maryland here for Republicans to Democrats. So. I don't know how all this is going to work out, but I guess they came up with another thing for the education department. They're going to try to find more ways to sink more good money after bad into the Maryland education system, which I don't know. You'll have to look it up there and see what the graduation rate is there for the city of Baltimore. I don't know if it's. Let me know if it's more than 15%.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty bad, huh? Well, if you get a chance, before we get to the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, well, look who it is.
Yeah, one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
I thought we were going to miss out. You're late to the party, Captain Ron. What's going on?
I know, I was late. I looked at the clock, and, well, I didn't get no notification that the show was on, and I was talking on the phone to somebody else, and I thought, well, I better hang up and call. So I did.
There you are. Well,
so anyway,
good to hear.
Here I am.
How we feeling? We feeling better?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I go in for a 30-day heart monitor the 17th. They're going to see if they can figure out why my heart rate just all of a sudden speeds up watching TV, sitting on the couch. I told the wife it's probably from watching that darn 90-Day Fiancé show.
Right.
So anyway, yeah. And the rheumatologist said that high heart rate could cause blood clots, and, we really don't need that going on with all my other problems. So how's the weather supposed to be in your neck of the woods this weekend?
I think it's looking pretty good. I think we're supposed to warm back into the 60s over the weekend. I will take that for sure.
So might I suggest that you put your lights up on the secret bunker?
Yeah.
While the weather's good?
Yeah, if I get an opportunity.
Or are you going to wait? You're going to wait till the last minute and do it when the weather's crappy, aren't you?
I don't like getting out there in the cold, putting up those lights. Your fingers get numb.
Well,
you can't really put them up with gloves on.
That's why I said.
Yeah.
I'll probably end up doing ours this weekend, too. Just got so much stuff to put up that you put it up early so you can enjoy it for a while, and before you have to take it back down right away.
Yep.
That's we don't necessarily overlook Thanksgiving, but we got so much stuff to put out that, we don't need that much, but it's you get to enjoy it longer when you put it out early, and then when right after New Year's you're ready to take it all down because you're bored with it.
All right.
That's what. Yeah. So there's that. So anyway, well, I don't have anything else other than Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man and Go Blue. I appreciate you taking my call, and
I don't
talk to you Sunday night, I guess.
On the greatest day of the week, of course. And I'm not sure if Michigan will be in the mix of picks for this weekend. I see they're facing off, Northwestern? Well, what do you say? We'll just jump right into it. Find out exactly what we do have coming our way. The prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst on board on a casual Friday. Welcome back.
Well, how you doing? Thank you for having us.
We're rolling into week number 12. So I guess I was kind of scrolling through here. I guess obviously there's going to be a couple of, I can guarantee you're going to be picking Oklahoma versus Alabama, probably Texas versus Georgia for sure. Those are big matchups. Where shall we begin this Friday?
Well, we thought we would entertain you with 20 games.
20?
Yep.
At the full slate?
Yep. Because every one of these games plays a important role in this playoff race.
Yeah, the only one that's not in it is Vandy. Vandy's number 14 in the list, and they're on a bye week, so we just decided we'd go ahead and take the whole lot.
These aren't sold up, Steve. There could be some real big upsets tomorrow. Then you got, 3 more weeks, Grump, before we go into the bowl season?
Another week and then 2 more weeks, and then we're done. We go into bowl season, then the playoffs start.
Right. I think the last game of the regular season is the Army-Navy game, if I ain't mistaken.
Yeah. And then
that'll be the last pick we do until and they should be announcing the playoffs at that time, and we'll know for sure then who's in it.
Yep.
If you pay attention, if you're not being a knot on a log like you was the other night, but we're not going to go into that.
I didn't know who he was talking. I thought he was talking about Eagles call the night before. I seen
you. I was actually watching you on the screen.
Well, I was looking over. I was looking at the picks, and I said, I know we talking. Like I said, I asked you about the Penn State game, if that was a trap game and all that. I don't know.
Anyway, I called Grump at that time, and I said, "Are you listening to this?" I said, "Flip it off George Norrie and let's go on over there," because Grump he's ended up wanting to kind of take our show to George Norrie, and I said, "No, we will not crap on Steve."
I'm going with Alabama,
and I'm taking Oklahoma. So we're ready. Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead with all these. We just decided to go ahead with 20 picks there. We're going to start off with Louisville and Clemson playing Louisville, 7-2 Louisville against 4-5 Clemson. I got to go with Louisville on this one. I don't think Clemson's up to the par there to take them down at Louisville. What do you think, Big Ed?
I actually thought about. I think they got Clemson. No, Louisville's 56%. That ain't much of a margin they've got.
No,
margin
it's not.
I just feel like I need to go with Clemson on.
All right, we can put you down for Clemson.
Okay.
I'll put him a lost column. Okay. Then we got Friday. We got
lost number
Minnesota
1
and Oregon.
Minnesota, Oregon. Okay.
Yeah. Oregon's 8-1. Number 8 on the ranking list there. Got Minnesota 6-3. I got to go with Oregon on that. They have just been playing some phenomenal football, and the one loss that they had was with Indiana, and there it is, Oregon.
And Oregon is one of them teams that if they picked today that they would be in it, because I think they're going to take 3 teams from the Big Ten. And then looking like 3, maybe 4 from the Big or Southeast Conference. Then you got your ACC, and then you got your group of 5. So, yeah, I'm going to Oregon on this.
So both of those games are actually tonight.
Right.
Yes. Yep. Oregon starts at 8 p.m. Central.
Okay.
So there you go. Let's see here. We jump over on Saturday's games. The first one out of the box is number 2 Indiana. They're playing 11 o'clock, playing Wisconsin in Indiana. Got to go with Indiana on this one. 3-6 versus a 10-0. I think I'll take the 3-6 or 10-0.
Yep, and I'm right there with you. I'm going with Indiana.
All right.
A little tougher game here on this one's Arizona and Cincinnati. Now this is going to be a good game. Number 25 Cincinnati, and Arizona could probably move up if they beat Cincinnati. I would think that they could. They'd have to win out, but I think they would be able to move up into that. Just make the rankings anyway. I don't know. I'd have to look it over real good, but I got to go with the Cincinnati though. They're just like I said, 7-2. They've been playing some hellacious ball here.
And like Ed said, they know they're controlling their own destiny because they know if they want to get in, they got to win out.
Right.
Well, they could win the whole. They could win the whole damn thing. I mean, that's how tough they are. I mean, it's they could win their conference without much of a problem. I think if they just come out and play ball, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I got to go with Cincinnati on this one. Go ahead, Ed. Sorry.
Cincinnati got a good running game. and their defense is good to stop the run game. Here's the thing with Cincinnati, and if I was a Bearcat fan, man, you guys need to show up out there. Even if you can't get a ticket, at least you can tailgate out there in the parking lot. I'm assuming there's room to tailgate. But just make your presence known. And that will get them players fired up. Because they control their own destiny. If they would win out and play for the Big 12 championship, when that, boom, they're in. Now, if they lose any time between now and then, yeah, they won't. Very slim that they're going to get in.
Yeah.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they'll get a decent bowl game, but the goal is to get into the playoff. And they're not dependent on anybody to win or lose. It's in their hands. They're in the driver's seat. All they got to do is go do it.
Yep.
And so right now I am going with Cincinnati.
All right.
And then we got jump over here, Notre Dame and Pittsburgh, both 7-2. One's Notre Dame's number 9, Pittsburgh's number 22. We talked about this, me and Ed didn't. And I kind of made the comment. I don't know whether it's right or wrong, but if Notre Dame wasn't an independent, I don't think they'd be in. I just don't think they would be in. They, the teams that they played. I don't know. I love Notre Dame, though. I think they're a hell of a good team. I went with Notre Dame on this pick right here, but Pittsburgh's going to give them a fit. I guarantee you. Yeah,
and because of our discussion, Grump, and you're going with Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got a feeling Pittsburgh will bring them down this weekend.
Oh.
So I'm going with Pittsburgh. That's how many separate on. Right.
Yeah.
What, 3?
You what now?
How many we separated on?
That's 2.
Yep, 2 games. Yep. 2 out of the 4 we're separated on here. Or 2 out of the 5, I guess, we're separated on. Michigan, Northwestern, 7-2 Michigan, 5-4 Northwestern. Michigan's number 18. Now they just had some bad news on them. I mean, they had some games that, I don't know. It's Michigan's going to have to pay out a bunch of money here pretty soon on that sexual harassment stuff and some other things. So I don't know if that'll kick them in the morale or not. But I went with Michigan on it. I mean, they're still a good solid team with a 7-2, but it's at any given Saturday who shows up. You just Northwestern is they're nothing to sneeze at them. And that team, they're 5-4, but they can play some damn ball. So it's I think Michigan can pull this off, but you don't know. You never know.
Well, Michigan is one of these teams can upset the apple carts, and their 7-2 record. I didn't look back on. I know they lost to Oklahoma, and who was the other team they lost to?
Oh God!
Was that Indiana? Did they already play? Did they play Indiana?
No, I don't think they played Indiana. Hang on just a second. I'll take a quick look at that. They let's see here. Indiana's
well, they lost to Oklahoma, and they got that big game coming up about Thanksgiving weekend. Where that puts them in contention, and if they was to win out, I think they got 3 games left like everybody else. There's a slim chance, Depends on what happens.
They lost to USC. USC beat the snot out of them.
USC playing good ball too.
Yeah,
but I'm going with Michigan.
Okay.
All righty. Then we got South Florida and Navy, 7-2 on each of them. I just think South Florida is going to take this without much of a problem. I think they're playing at Navy. So I don't know. South Florida's been doing damn good, and that coach, he's sweating his job right now, and I think he's got them boys whipped into shape. And I think they're they're number 24 on the ranking list there, and I just think they're going to do a hell of a. They're going to play Navy. I think they're going to beat Navy, so I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and then I was real disappointed the way Navy showed up there at Notre Dame, and I'm with you, Grump. South Florida at one time was in the talk there of one of the group of five, and when they pick the winner of the group of five, it'll be the one that they'll be using that strength of schedule. So yeah, I'm going with South Florida.
Yep. All righty, then we got South Carolina, Texas A&M. Texas A&M all day long. They're ranked number 3, 9-0. South Carolina, just to me, they hadn't done worth a damn. They've showed up, but they just hadn't played their potential. And it wouldn't surprise me a bit if that coach there didn't find another home. The Gamecocks are, they haven't done worth a damn. 3-6. To me, Texas A&M is the real deal, buddy. They're playing. They're just monsters out there on the field, buddy. When you watch them, I mean, they just do it right. So our Texas A&M.
Well, I'm right there with Texas A&M too. I just don't see Texas A&M. They're not in a trap game so far, so we're going with them all the way.
Then we got Georgia Tech and Boston College, 8-1 and number 16, ranked number 16. Georgia Tech against Boston College, 1-9. Not much of a fight there. That's more of a scrimmage game. I think it's going to be for Georgia Tech than anything. Just kind of a preseason practice game because.
Yeah, that's just a filler game there.
Yeah.
So we just put it in to fill up an empty spot.
Yeah.
And, so I'm going to Georgia Tech as well.
Okay.
All right. North Carolina, Miami. Miami's ranked number 15. I got to go with Miami. They just, they're 7-2. They just been killing it. 2 games that they've lost. I mean, Miami, they're just strong. I mean, it just in the very beginning, I thought, wow, did I pick the wrong one here or what? Because they were just killing it. And I mean, just absolutely killing it. They lost to SMU and let's see, Louisville. They lost to SMU and Louisville. That was the 2 games they're down, but that's another team right there that if they come out and use their head and play ball, there's no telling what they can do. So I'll go with Miami on this one.
And I'm going with them too, just as well. And they got them predicted to get into the playoff.
Oh yeah.
So there's still a few games that could stop that too. So.
Yep.
If they don't start going on the strength of schedule. So I'm with Miami.
We got UCF 4-5. We got Texas Tech 9-1. Texas Tech's ranked number 6. They're top notch in their conference. I got to go with Texas Tech on this. I screwed up last week and went with BYU. And yeah, they
made a believer out of you, didn't they?
Yeah, I got a few texts saying, talking about Texas Tech there. I won't mention who was sending them, but anyway, 9-1. I got to go with them, Texas Tech.
Well, I'm Texas Tech all the way.
All right. And then this brings us to another 2:30 game. We got number 11, Oklahoma, 7-2, playing number 4, Alabama, 8-1. I'm going with Alabama. I mean, it just they're playing at Alabama, and that's where they're the strongest, at Alabama. So we'll see what Big Ed's going to do.
Okay.
Boomer Sooners.
Now you gotta keep emotions out of it. You can't go on emotions, Ed.
No, yeah, you're right. You're calling me on it. I know, but last year I beat him with a wet noodle. This year I'm letting my emotions trying to take over in this game. Because I just feel like Oklahoma's got Alabama's number. I really do. And I think if they can just get a running game going, I mean, it's hard to go in Tennessee and beat the Vols. Just super, super hard.
Right.
And it's going to be super hard to go in Denny Stadium?
Yeah. All right, well, that's a good place to pause there, all right? So hold that thought. We'll come back. Several picks remain. First of all, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown. Prior to voting, the Republicans and Democrats blamed each other for the prolonged standoff. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson.
They admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the bill doesn't help Americans struggling with high costs.
The longest shutdown in American history would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers.
President Trump signed the bill last night, ending the shutdown, the longest in U.S. history. Accused killer Luigi Mangione is complaining about a statement his own mother purportedly made to police.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and the NYPD have repeatedly referenced a reported conversation between a San Francisco police sergeant and Mangione's mom. She allegedly said that killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is something she could see her son doing. Mangione's lawyer claims that remark is highly prejudicial. Prosecutors haven't responded yet. Mangione, who's due in court again next month, has pleaded not guilty to gunning Thompson down in Midtown Manhattan. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The U.S. Department of Justice is suing to block California from enacting its newly drawn congressional district map.
The complaint was filed in California federal court on Thursday, targeting the map drawn to benefit Democrats and approved by voters in the majority Democratic state. The Trump administration is asking the court to ban the use of the map because it accuses California of racial gerrymandering in violation of the Constitution by using race as a factor to favor Hispanic voters. Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom says the mid-decade redistricting was in response to Texas approving new district lines to benefit Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A former staffer of California Governor Gavin Newsom is facing multiple corruption charges.
A federal grand jury has indicted Dana Williamson on multiple charges, including bank and wire fraud. Williamson, who resigned as Newsom's chief of staff in December, pleaded not guilty to the charges on Wednesday. If convicted, she faces up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for each count. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt is sparing the life of a death row inmate, Tremaine Wood.
Tremaine Wood was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection at 10 o'clock this morning at the state penitentiary in McAllister. It was 10:02 that Governor Stitt announced he was commuting Wood's sentence to life without parole. The governor said his action reflects the same punishment Wood's brother received for the murder of an innocent young man and ensures a severe punishment that keeps a violent offender off the streets forever. Wood and his brother were both convicted of robbing and killing 19-year-old Ronnie Whiff at an Oklahoma City motel in 2001. Jake Wood was given a life sentence. Tremaine Wood was given the death penalty. I'm Beth Myers.
The Washington State Department of Health is investigating what may be the first human case of bird flu this year.
The person's a resident of Grays Harbor County. They're an older adult who has underlying health issues. They had a high fever and respiratory distress earlier this month and were hospitalized. The Washington State Public Health Lab's conducting tests to confirm the diagnosis. The investigation into how the person got the virus is ongoing. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Alrighty, here comes a Friday. As we turn the page on the calendar, from coast to coast, time zone to time zone, we'll make our way into the 14th day of November. Yes, an Eskimo mom points out, that means it's only 13 days till Thanksgiving. Yes. Now, speaking of Howdy Overnight Drive Nation, Happy hump day for her. Friday, whatever day it is for you. 41 days till Christmas. Wow. All right, finishing up a drop and hook at my store. We'll head back to the yard, go home, and do it all over again for 2 more nights. Got a clear, beautiful night, 45 degrees. At the home of the Bluegrass Hall of Fame. Be safe, have a good weekend when you get to it. Now back to... all right, we left off Alabama, Oklahoma. That's where we were in our picks as we roll into another big college football weekend. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Well, let me tell you why you think I'm putting emotion in an Oklahoma game. Here a couple 3 weeks ago, and the Oklahoma fans are so finicky. You know, they think Oklahoma, by God, should just be at the top of everything. And they've always blamed everything on Coach Venables. Just constantly browbeating. And there was a report come out on the Sooners, and I put a little comment there. I said, if I was Brent Venables, after this season, if Clemson's job come open, I would pack my bags. I would tell the Oklahoma fans to kiss my ass, and I'd go back to Clemson. Because Oklahoma don't deserve a good coach. Brent Venables is a darn good coach. And, he's one of these coaches, you give him 5-6 years, he'll have them where they think they ought to be at the upper echelons of the football world. And there was one person that liked my comment, and it told me one thing, that these players, they pay attention to what the news media is saying about their coaches. They pay attention to what the news media is saying about them. And that was that quarterback, John Mateer, put on there. He liked my comment.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, okay, he agreed with what I was saying. And so I know he's playing with heart. He's giving everything he's got out there. And they all been griping since he hurt his hand that maybe he ain't full 100%. He is 100%. But it takes more than one player to win the game. That was proven last week when Indiana come back and beat Penn State. It took the quarterback. It took the receivers. Everybody has to do their job. And so if Oklahoma, like I said, they can get some kind of a running game going, Alabama is going to be hard-pressed to shut them down. So that's why I'm going with Oklahoma.
And I got you marked.
There you go.
I got you marked.
That's a split now.
It's a split. And we got, let's see, next game up, we got Iowa against USC. Iowa's 6-3. They're number 21 on the ranking list. There's 17 for USC, 7-2. We've divided on this on these two teams here quite a bit. I think Ed's taken USC twice and won. I've taken them twice and won. He's taken Iowa twice and won, and I've taken Iowa twice and won. So we're kind of, over the last 12 games, or 11 games. So we're kind of divided on these two. But I'm going with USC on this one. They're playing at USC, so I think they can get this one done. They're only a game apart in the in the conference. I mean, they for what they've got. But they're 4 games apart on the ranking, and this could change the landscape if USC wins or if Iowa was to beat them. But I don't see it happening. I think USC is going to come out and win that one.
And Grump, believe it or not, we're going to agree this time. I was leaning towards Iowa, but since it's been played out there, it's going to be a late game, I think. I'm going with USC.
And then we got number 23 ranked Tennessee. They're 6-3. playing another scrimmage game. Basically, it's New Mexico State, 3-6. They're Conference USA. I don't think Tennessee's going to have much of a problem getting past New Mexico State.
Ain't that Heat Wade's favorite team?
I believe it is. I believe it is. You're talking about your smash mouth in his New Mexico State.
Yeah, well, I hate to cry in his beer, but he'll be singing "There's a Tear in My Beer" this weekend. Tennessee's going to take them.
Got you down for Tennessee. Then we got this. Now, this is going to be kind of a tough game here. Utah and Baylor. Utah's number 13, 7-2. Baylor 5-4. But that's Baylor's one of these damn teams that you just don't know if they're going to show up or not. You know, if they come up playing ball that they can play, then they're going to give Utah a fit. But I'm going to go with Utah on this because they're playing at Baylor. But I think Utah is just, they want to hold that 13 position. They want to get in that playoff pretty bad. So I think they're going to stay on this one.
And I'm right there with you on that, Graham.
Okay.
I think Utah will take them just for that very reason, what you said.
Now, next game here is Virginia and Duke. Virginia's 8-2. They're number 19 on the rankings. Duke is not ranked. They're 5-4. And they're playing at Duke. I'm going with Duke on this. I think when you look at some of the teams that Duke has played and beat, some of the good teams that they played and beat, man, they didn't just beat them. They kicked their ass. So I think, I think they can give Virginia all they got.
And you know what? I'm surprised you said that because I actually thought you would go for Virginia, and I studied on it, and Duke's favored by a wide margin. And it's because they're playing at home, but no, Duke's got the defense to shut Virginia down, and I'm going to Duke.
All
right. See, great minds think alike here, Steve. You noticed that? All right. Then we got UCLA. They're 3-6, playing Ohio State. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't kind of snigger about that because UCLA, that's another team that they can show up. They can show up to play some ball, but I don't think there's any match to Ohio State. But I hate to underestimate them like that, but I think Ohio State's going to handle them pretty handily.
Yeah, I don't know if Ohio State will stomp a mud hole in them, but I do think they'll beat them. It may be but 7 points, but I do think they'll beat them. And because Ohio State's Waterloo's coming up, like I say, when they face off with Michigan, but no, they should be able to go out there and get. And it might be a close game, but I think Ohio State will sell to it.
And then we got Texas and Georgia. Texas ranked number 10. They're 7-2. Georgia's number 5, 8-1. They're playing at Georgia. I got to go with Georgia on this. Georgia's just been playing some phenomenal ball, and Texas has been getting their game together, but I don't think it's quite there yet. I mean, they're running this 7-2, but I think Georgia can handle them. I think especially playing at home.
Well, here's my thing, Grunt. This ain't the same Texas that opened up with Ohio State. Arch Manning's getting comfortable in his position and his role. His supporting cast, their offense is getting comfortable with the Sporting. The defense has done a good job of complimenting them, getting them ball back as quick as they can. I think Texas has got what it takes to go into Georgia and knock them off, and I'm going with Texas.
Okay.
All right. Then we got TCU and we got BYU. Well, we're running through the alphabet here, but TCU 6-3, not ranked. BYU's number 12, 8-1. They're playing at BYU. I think BYU's going to handle this one. TCU, I ain't, like I said, that's another team you don't underestimate. They're going to give them all they got. I don't think it's going to be a high-scoring game at all. I think if they make it, both of them teams make it up in the 20s, they'll be doing good. But I think BYU can, they can turn the tank loose and he can plow through. So I think he's going to get it done.
I agree with you. I think BYU will take them. Because I was sold on BYU for quite most of the year, but and then Tech got a hold of them. That's why I say, based on their performance against Tech, Cincinnati should got a good chance of beating these guys if they'll play out like they're supposed to. But but with this particular game, I'm going to BYU.
And now we got Florida. They're playing 6 p.m. We got Florida and Ole Miss. Ole Miss ranked number 7. Florida's 3-6. They're playing at Ole Miss, and that's the only reason. I'm tell you right now, the only reason I'm gonna pick Ole Miss is because they're playing at Ole Miss. If they're playing in Florida, they either dead on or they're not. And 3-6 tells tells the tale there. But that when they win good. They play some damn good ball. But Ole Miss just had it together all year, and they're a tough round. So I got to go with Ole Miss on this.
And Florida went in there and played with the same emotions that they played Georgia. Yeah, they could go in there and knock Ole Miss off, but I just think that one weekend was it was an emotional weekend. The coach got fired, players got fired up, and but I don't see a repeat of that with Ole Miss. So yeah, I'm going with Ole Miss.
All right.
So
that round,
we got 4 games apart.
Let's see here. Got one. I think there's 4 games there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, we're 4 games out on this one, out of 20. And
you're 5 games behind me, so you can either if I lose, we'll be right up there neck and neck, or either I'll gain some on you, or you'll gain a couple, and we'll keep trudging along.
Yep. Because we're coming up to the wire on this, and these games they're just getting tougher to call. And next week it's going to be kind of tough there. I was looking over some of them games, and it's we'll just have to see how it goes. But like I said, there's a few of these games right here that could be an upset. You just don't know who the hell's going to show up. Northwestern, if they show up, Michigan can have their hands full with that. Arizona, and Cincinnati, that's going to be a tough call right there. Virginia and Duke, these are all going to be really good games that we're just going to have to watch closely. But that's about all I got.
I know about. Go ahead.
That's a full slate.
Well, Steve, it's like I say, but we're coming up on Thanksgiving. There's usually a slate of upsets. We see it every Thanksgiving holiday, and some of them upsets may start this weekend, and then run all through next week. So there's just too many teams that still got a chance. The one team that has control, but on the outside looking in, is Cincinnati. All right, they're in control of their own destiny. So if I was a Cincinnati and you're listening to my expert opinion, show up for the game. And Steve, I may not know it all, but I know my football. And Grump, I appreciate you. And we will talk at you Monday morning.
One final question. You got somebody on the cover of the Rolling Stone there. Is that your niece?
No, that's B.C. Clark.
I know. I said Rolling Stone, but it's a magazine. But that's her, right? Your cheerleader.
I got something else to tell you, but no, that's B.C. Clark. That's my niece.
Okay,
that's accurate. She's the one who did the interview with Miss Oklahoma USA 2022.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, that's her. She's and BC Clark. God, man, they're the main thing in Oklahoma when it comes to kicking off the Christmas season. She's in some high company there.
Wow.
And so that's her. And we're real proud of her. And right quick, I think Josh has got this weekend and then 2 more shows before he takes a 6-week break. So sometime right there after Thanksgiving and before next year, January, because I know he starts back up in February, he should be calling in.
Okay. Get an update.
Well, I guarantee he's going to call in because I'm going to be on it.
And Josh had a brand new song drop here a couple hours ago, a song called Home, dropped at 11 o'clock this past evening. So
yeah, I was wanting to listen to that, and I hadn't even listened to it yet. So
hey, we've been doing this now for this. We're coming up on 12 games here, and when I was doing these lineups here, this is how it's come down with just trying to figure out what Ed's doing. I always mark his picks with a star, that I think he's going to do before he does them, before we call the show. I marked 3 out of the 4 tonight. Yeah.
You analyzing me, Grump?
I'm analyzing you, brother. I figured you was going to call Clemson. I knew you was going to call Oklahoma, and I said, he's going to take Texas. He's an Arch Manning guy all the way. So yep. The only one I wasn't sure about now, it was Notre Dame in Pittsburgh. I said, I don't know about that one, but the rest of them, I kind of figured you was going to go with that, and them was the ones I pre-marked. So, yeah, buddy, I'm reading your mind over in Oklahoma.
For all these over here, I thought, Grump, man, he's friendly. He just wants to visit. I'm his best friend. And you're just sitting there picking my mind.
I'm analyzing you, man. I got to. He's sitting over there he's prognosticating me.
Yeah, I am. You're right. Trying to get you to pick someone with some emotions. So, anyway, man, I love it. I love it. All right, we'll see y'all later.
All right, have a great weekend,
I'll know
guys.
Monday if I know my football.
He may not know it all, but he knows his football. All right, and Grump, we'll chat with you again. Have a great Friday, casual Friday. All right, get to business as usual. Industry headlines. And what else going on around the world? It's 844-844-3388.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Indeed, we are less than 2 weeks to Thanksgiving. Matter of fact, 2 weeks from today, it would be what they call Black Friday. Black Friday is not what it used to be. Things have really changed in recent years. More and more online shopping. And in many cases, they start their Black Friday sales earlier. You're trying to get those early sales before you spend your money somewhere else. But what's it going to cost to put that bird on the table? We bought our bird this past week. This time around, we opted for just the turkey breast. We got 2 of the boneless breasts. But for those who haven't yet bought the bird, and especially if you're looking to buy the fresh, never frozen birds, they say the bird flu is back in the picture, decimating commercial flocks of chickens and turkeys just as the holiday season approaches, threatening higher prices for Thanksgiving staples. Purdue University's College of Agriculture showing wholesale turkey prices up 75% since October of last year. They're suggesting prices could climb to $2.05 per pound. That's wholesale prices now. Putting the blame on the ongoing battle with the avian influenza. It's becoming an ongoing challenge for the poultry farmers. According to the Department of Agriculture, more than 30 commercial flocks and 30 what they call backyard flocks have been infected over just the past 30 days, resulting in 1.65 million birds lost. Cases have been rising since September. When you start getting into the bird migration season, it's the trend, climbing from 60,000 infections to nearly 4 million by the end of October. Food Animal Concerns Trust's Safe and Healthy Food Director said each exposure is increasing the risk of this thing becoming our next pandemic, the avian flu. We'll maybe give you a little more on that coming up. Meanwhile, what's on your mind on a casual Friday? 844-844-3388. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keep you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito U.S. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points, the S&P 500 fell 113 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, welcome back on a Friday. Left off talking about turkey prices. Some prices are going up because hundreds of thousands of turkeys that can't be sold because they were infected with the virus. The problem is the birds that we raise for food, turkeys, chickens, are very vulnerable to the disease, and they do tend to die, like 90%, because they're almost all going to die. A current USDA policy to prevent the bird flu from spreading is obviously disposing of the animals. According to the National Turkey Federation, the avian flu, the largest challenge facing the industry. We've lost 18.9 million turkeys since February of 22. Agriculture experts still trying to understand the impacts of the government shutdown, changes to the Department of Agriculture on containing the avian flu. During the whole shutdown, it kind of compounded the problem. A whole bunch of people left the USDA. The ones that are responsible for monitoring, and frankly, from my perspective, we don't have enough monitoring in the first place. Vaccinating commercial birds. More tracking might help curb the current outbreak. We think we're rethinking how animals are raised for consumption in some of these crowded facilities, making them more vulnerable to the spread of disease. All right, so what do we see? Let's jump over to some of our industry headlines. Matter of fact, yesterday morning we shared our interview with the one and only Louis Pugh, the executive director of OOIDA. He's been kind of making the rounds, even making more national headlines. Yesterday, I guess they ran an interview with the National Review. And Newsmax, the news outlet this past day, kind of highlighting the Department of Transportation and the Trump administration are paying attention and finally cleaning up the commercial trucking industry. The words from Louis Pugh. Thankfully, DOT and Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy are paying attention to what our organization and what my members, who are the men and women out there on the highway every day making a living, have been saying for years. We've got to clean this up. Now, there's all these people out here driving that shouldn't be behind the wheel. Who's giving them licenses? Where are they coming from? Who's training them? None of these things have been answered. Thankfully, someone's finally paying attention. We're starting to get these people off the road slowly and incrementally. Earlier this week, Duffy Wednesday said the California Department of Motor Vehicles revoked 17,000 non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses that he says were issued illegally to undocumented citizens, illegal aliens. After weeks of claiming they did nothing wrong, Governor Newsom in California, well, we pretty much caught him red-handed. This is the tip of the iceberg. He goes on, my team's going to continue to force California to prove they have removed every illegal immigrant from behind the wheel of the semi-trucks and school buses. Really, it got started with that fatal crash on the Florida Turnpike over the summer that killed 3. Harjinder Singh making that illegal U-turn, a non-domiciled commercial driver, no English proficiency. These folks are having accidents, doing very bad things. And I mean, unfortunately, this has been a growing problem for years in the trucking industry, says Pugh. I'm not an immigration expert. I don't know whether these licenses were right or wrong, how that plays out. What I do know is we have a huge problem in trucking, and that starts with training, because for years and years we've been legislating and regulating from this whole fake driver shortage narrative. And by doing that, we've been making shortcuts when it comes to training. We've shortcut highway safety. We've shortcut driver pay. And that's why we have these folks coming into the industry who are not properly trained. They're not properly vetted. I had shared this past day to my Facebook. The very latest was the driver that last week we had the report of the incident. It was Wolf Creek Pass, obviously known as a deadly locale out there on the highways. They finally unveiled the identity of the driver, and it was yet another Indian immigrant illegally in the country, another with the last name of Singh, that lost. Thankfully, it was, not thankfully, but it could have been worse. It was only him, only the driver, rather than taking out the likes of another family or half dozen other people, which has occurred in many of these incidents. I had a little back and forth with Heatwave because he made a comment that kind of sounded like, well, that's one less illegal driver, non-English speaker on the road. And I kind of said, I don't wish death on anyone. I feel like you can't blame the people coming into the country. You've got to blame primarily 4 years of the wide open borders, the administration, the lack of turning these people back like we're doing now. We have not let a single illegal into the country for, I believe we're up to 6 months now. It could be done. But it's the people issuing the CDLs. In this case, this guy had a New York driver's license, another one of those top states where they're issuing CDLs, in some cases even with no name given on the license. So who gives them the license? Who actually hires them? and puts them behind the wheel out there, putting all of our lives at risk. That's really the parties that we need to go after. One step at a time, right? I don't wish death on anyone. It's sad when anyone loses their life. I said, these they're coming in from India and former Soviet bloc countries, as we know, anywhere from around the world, technically. But they think they can do the job. Now, maybe they've driven a truck in their country. Of course, driving habits in India suck. And they bring those sort of habits over here. They think they can do the job. They think they can make some money. But the unintended consequences, there you go. Lives being lost. Not only the drivers, but others in the general populace. The innocent bystanders, you have to say. All right, about 18 before the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Another problem in the industry, as we're all familiar, the trucking industry is confronting what multiple fleet executives call a systemic failure in the electronic logging device oversight. A breakdown from FreightWaves this past day. Being driven by a regulatory framework that we've been talking about this for years that allows the ELD manufacturer to self-certify. Yeah, I've got this device. Yeah, it's compliant. But we're not actually paying it. The lack of oversight by the FMCSA on electronic logbook providers, they tell us, has enabled a shadow market of devices that are allowing these companies to edit their driver logs on a regular basis, which allows fleets to drive long past the established hours of service regulations. This whole ELD mandate, shoved down your throat in the name of safety, it was supposed to be the end all to make sure everybody is following the rules. That's what they told us. But that's not the case. The only compliance necessary to create an e-log is for the creator to just check a box stating self-certifying that their e-log is going to follow the rules. No government oversight here. The president of Myborg Trucking, Rockford, Illinois, 25-year industry veteran, said the market has been flooded with ELDs that are allowing logbook edits. It's widespread, and it's caused a glut of capacity of illegal operators. He calls the result a two-platform trucking market. There are compliant fleets that are running 2,000 to 2,500 miles a week, and then there are fleets that are using manipulated logging devices to run 4,000 or 5,000 miles in a week. Remember, the cost per mile decreases for every additional mile a truck runs because you can dilute your overhead and your fixed cost. These illegal operators are running around at a cost of $1.80 per mile, while the compliant fleets are operating in the $2.30 per mile range. What does that translate to? Well, the compliant fleets are losing $1,000 per month per truck. The non-compliant fleets are making another $2,000 per truck per month. It is not sustainable if you want to have compliant fleets out there on the road. The cost differences are reshaping which carriers win freight and which carriers actually have to shut their doors. The good legacy fleets, 40-year companies, are shutting down. Meanwhile, there are fleets running illegal logs, and they're expanding, they're growing. For Dave Moss, a 40-year trucking industry safety veteran, the issue had become personal. He said, at my last company, logs were being edited overseas, actually. They were shaving time so drivers could keep running. When I raised it, the management said, well, we have to do this to make money. And that's when I resigned from that company. The audit reports from the company's own ELD software showed what was happening. Moss says if we had a crash, even if it wasn't our fault, a plaintiff's attorney would find these edits and the company would be done. I wasn't going to be the safety director who signed off on that. This is all about management. Drivers do what they're allowed to do, but the safety starts at the top. The operating manager at carrier Silver Arrow Express said this dynamic is fundamentally economic. The rise of fleets running these illegal laws has pushed freight weights down so far that the compliant carriers have almost no margin left. Rockford, Illinois-based Silver Arrow Express, a trucking company with 92 power units, 84 drivers, at least 30% of trucks on the road, he says, are running non-compliant today. When those carriers cut their rates, everyone else has to figure out how to make that money up. Margins that at one time sat 28, 29% for small and mid-sized fleets is now 8 or 9% at best. There's nowhere left to cut costs. The only difference between a profitable truck and a losing truck right now is whether you're using a non-compliant ELD. He also described how ELD jailbreaks and workarounds are still accessible. Years ago, I reached out to an ELD manufacturer, and I asked for the jailbroke version. It cost $500 a truck. Drivers could actually fully edit their logs. If it happened to me, how many others have done it? Now, according to the stats from the FMCSA and industry sources, the number of commercial trucks, heavy and light duty in the U.S., is over 13.5 million trucks with gross vehicle weight over 10,000 pounds. Not every truck driver is required to use the ELD, but most who operate under the FMCA hours of service are. As of October 17, there are 1,133 different registered ELD devices approved for use by motor carriers. This year, thus far, a total of 24 ELDs have been revoked by the FMCSA. Carriers typically have up to 60 days to replace that revoked ELD with a compliant. But of course, what is compliant? Because everything on there is still, they're all self-certified. FMCSA doesn't sign off on any of them as being officially compliant. But when they come in, the FMCSA, and shut down the non-compliant logbooks, what happens is the companies that create those logbooks, they literally just copy and paste the code and go create a new e-logbook with a different name, and they're right back up operating the same way. We need to have some sort of an independent party or independent organization. It needs to be a group, a committee of safety analysts, a committee of maybe large trucking company owners, and a committee of small companies. There has to be some sort of a vote that way. All right, if compliant fleets disappear, what are we going to have left? What we have are the carriers that don't follow the law, or maybe automated trucking systems that are meant to replace drivers entirely. This is one of the most important sectors in the U.S. economy, and we're allowing it to be hollowed out. All right, so I kind of suspected there was some of this going on, but there's a whole lot more than I think most of us ever had any idea. We'll be back in 2.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks, new equipment, keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, what do you say? Casual Friday comes our way as we roll toward the weekend. Well, what do you say, Senor Heatwave?
Good morning, Senor. Not a whole hell of a lot. Just driving by the home 20 on the way to OKC. So, yep, I didn't plan on it, but that's just the way it is. Oh, well, I tell you what, I'll get over the subject you and I were chatting about earlier this morning on Facebook. The driver that went over the cliff there in Colorado, now he was an illegal alien that did not understand conversational English, nor could he read and comprehend the signs. Is that not correct?
Most importantly, the sign that was indicating a runaway truck ramp that he could have used a mile before he went off the edge at the bottom of the hill.
Yes, just like that one there in Denver, Colorado
yep.
here a couple of years ago.
Yep.
The company needs to be shut down for allowing him to be behind one of their vehicles. They need to be fined. I don't know where you would send the money to, but, shut them down. The state that issued that license, was that not New York?
It was yet again, yes, another New York New York driver, so an illegal. I don't know if he had no name given on his license, but obviously his last name was Singh. That's 3 in a row, Singer. I think, with the last name Singh.
Yep. Well, I may have, I won't say I may have been, but I'll say yes. My statement on the post was callous. But Steve, they do not give a hoot in hell about any of us out here, whether we're driving a semi or if we're on a 4-wheeler or a 2-wheeler. Point in fact, the last 2 that crashed there in California and the one in Florida, we seen from the driver cam video of it looking at him when he was making his U-turn there in California. He didn't give a hoot in hell that there was a vehicle underneath his trailer. To him, it was just, it's another accident, no big deal. That was very callous of him and his emotions after that happened. The one in California, he couldn't care less about the laws here, and he killed several people, just by running full speed ahead into a stopped objects. They don't care about us at all. And if someone has to go, I would rather it be the illegal alien driver than an American family on their way to grandma's house or going to the store or just taking a Sunday ride out in the country. You know, that's my opinion about, what we have out here. We have enough idiots of our own out here to deal with. We do not need to be having any more than what we already have. We don't need illegal aliens out here driving. The reason why the signs are in English is because that's what we speak. When you have these road signs out here, you don't have 187 different damn languages. Good night. I mean, you could barely read one and figure out which one is yours, and it would be a mile or better before you could actually get to your sign. So, I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel, and it may be wrong in a lot of people's eyes, but like I said, I would rather, the illegal alien get out of here alive.
Versus killing people. Hold the thought there, all right, because we got to get our news break. First, operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito US. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops is criticizing the Trump administration's immigration policy, saying profiling has caused fear and anxiety.
For pastors, we care about our people, and we care particularly for those who are most vulnerable.
Archbishop Mark Sines says dangerous individuals should be deported, but innocent people have been caught up in the raids. The bishops are calling for an end to dehumanizing rhetoric and violence toward illegal aliens and law enforcement. In Pennsylvania, a 53-year-old man ended up in the hospital after his dog accidentally fired a shotgun, hitting him in the back. Police say he had placed the gun on his bed while cleaning it. Corporal Michael Schoon spoke with WFMZ.
A dog had jumped up onto the bed, causing the shotgun to go off, and which ultimately struck the male.
The man underwent surgery. Authorities say the incident appears accidental, but they are still investigating. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points, the S&P 500 fell 113 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Texas lawmakers are pushing to curb campus violence following Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Freedom of speech is not the freedom to threaten, harass, or disrupt.
Representative Terry Wilson led a hearing on free speech where the University of Texas at Austin's president said recent fights have been driven by outside agitators and not students. A Florida school board member, criticized for online posts she made about Charlie Kirk following his death, explained herself at a Board of Education meeting.
Commissioner Anastasios Koumoutzis commenting on Alachua County School Board member Tina Certon's Facebook post,
in which she referred to Charlie Kirk as a 31-year-old uneducated white boy.
Certon, who is black, accused the commission of viewpoint discrimination.
My context was to use the same language that Kirk used to expose the bias of his own rhetoric. Charlie Kirk's comments were racist. Tina Certon isn't a racist.
Certon said her comments as an elected official are protected by free speech, but board members accused her of being an activist who went too far. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Rates of high blood pressure in children have almost doubled in the last 25 years.
A new study out of China found that in 2020, around 6% of children and adolescents had hypertension, putting them at risk for health problems down the road. One of the authors of the study said childhood obesity has played a significant role in the numbers, along with consuming high levels of sodium and processed foods. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saveslives.org.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
right, welcome back. Another hour underway. Heading into the weekend. Got a casual Friday. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. So, yeah, we left off there kind of discussing the big topic in trucking as of late. Non-domiciled CDLs being issued to people illegally in the country. Just this week, it's hard to imagine. 17,000 such CDLs revoked, by, the DOT says 17,000, just the state of California alone. These are people illegally in the country out there driving the trucks. Now, who's hiring all these drivers? All right, Senor Heatwave, welcome back.
Hello, you got me on there?
Yes, we got you. Welcome back.
Okay, didn't hear the beat.
Nope.
All righty. Well, I tell you what, that's my opinion. If we can't find them and they go on and meet their demise on the highway, and they just take themselves and not a family, I'm not going to shed a tear. Yeah, it is sad that they had to pay the ultimate price for their actions, but what can you say? And just listening to the newscast about the Catholic priests and bishops and whatnot, there are laws to follow, folks. And we have a set of laws to follow on how to get in this country legally. And I'm sorry that there's, what they call that, if you arrest one because they're here illegally and a crook, and you find others that are here illegally as well, what do they call that, casualties of war? Or
collateral damage or whatever.
I can't think of the term. Collateral damage.
Nevertheless, the fact they're still here illegally.
Exactly. And, it always, whenever I hear stuff like that, especially from the Catholic Church and the people, it's like, do you not understand? These are the laws that are set. That's what they were set in the books. Get here, apply for citizenship, and wait until you're approved. It's not like the times of old where you cross from one country to another without having to have a passport. You just report it in to the nearest community and say, "Hey, I'm here." All right, well, set up shop and do what you got to do. We're not in that society anymore. We have laws. So, anyway, that's really all I'm going to say on that particular subject. But football, all right. So, have you? I would assume you've had the prognosticators,
yes,
and the analysts were already on talking about their picks.
Oh man!
All right.
Lucky thing.
I'll have to listen.
Lucky thing you were sleeping at the time. You didn't want to hear what they had to say.
Oh well, you know what? I thought Missouri was going to be the trap game, and last year South Carolina absolutely opened up a can of whoop hind end on A&M, and deservedly so. So I mean, if A&M is going to do anything, they need to get over the hump and beat SC there in Kyle Field. And then I don't know who else they play after that, but I know Thanksgiving week they're going to be playing them boys in Austin, Texas, TU, little letters.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ultimate insult a Nagy could give a Longhorn fan, is call them a TU fan.
Well, they were actually both. They were both in agreement that A&M is going to win this weekend, Yeah, what you don't want to listen back to is what they had to say about your New Mexico State. That they said you're going to be crying a tear in your beer because Tennessee's going to whoop up on them.
Oh, I don't care about New Mexico State.
I thought that was your team. No?
No, it's University of New Mexico Lobos.
Ah, okay.
Up here in Albuquerque.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so, New Mexico State, if they have a good season, then it's going to be followed by like 3 or 4 bad seasons before they have a halfway decent season, followed by another 3 or 4 bad seasons. Then they'll have a good season in which the coach will leave. I think the last time they actually went 10-5 here about 3 years ago under former Minnesota head coach, Jerry Kill, I think was his last name. So, I mean, and then after he had that 10-5 season, he handed over the reins because of the health issues. And, sorry to be said, I'm sorry for the Aggies down there in New Mexico State in Las Cruces. But, that's the fortunes of football. You either put up or shut up. You either play a good game or you don't. So, but the University of New Mexico Lobos are highly favored to win. Of course, it's against a down Colorado State University, which I believe is leaving for the new Pac-12 next season. So, if they don't beat this Colorado State team by a whole bunch, there's going to be a lot of very disappointed people out here. But I mean, we're just giddy. We're in a bowl game, and like I said before, I just hope it's not the New Mexico Bowl. I really hope they go into another bowl that'll have a little bit more national coverage. I mean, hell, we were talking about it last week. The TV stations here, and there's 4, you got a Fox affiliate, ABC, NBC, and CBS, that I don't believe has ever had a home team, or not the home team, but I mean a University of New Mexico football game on TV. They'll do everyone else in the Mountain West or the SEC, ACC, Big 12, but they haven't done a University of New Mexico football. And it's not like they're blacked out. I mean, you would want to have more people interested in your program, especially local, but they don't do it. They've got the radio station that'll have their broadcast their games, and that's it. And I don't want to go to. Of course, most times I'm not here to see the football game. But I would, if I am at the house, I would like to see it on TV in the comfort of my own home, because I don't want to be around there amongst all them people. But maybe that's the reason why they're afraid they're going to get poor ratings. I don't know. But that's what's going on. So other than that, anybody catch some sights from last night's or yesterday's Aurora Borealis hit?
I hadn't heard from any of our listeners that caught anything last night. Yeah, I think a lot of folks saw the night before, though. That Tuesday night?
Yeah.
Into Wednesday morning?
Right.
That was the big night.
Well, I did. Yeah, I did have 4 photographs from my son. The one that had the body delivered along with the double wide to his property a couple of years ago. But I mean, that really was, one hell of a sight. And I guess the further north you were, the more colors you had. So, but I mean, yeah, that's probably something we'll not see for a good many years to come. So, but it's 31 degrees out here. Oh, I didn't realize it was that cool. It was like 40-something in Albuquerque where we just stopped to swap out. And I'll tell the folks who know, they know, at a Love's truck stop I've been catching hell about being at a Love's, and they're saying your truck is just like a car that sucks gas. They can't go by a Love's without stopping. And it's like, holy crap, I'm getting bunches of people saying, couldn't pass a Love's, could you? Well, there you go. But yeah, it's been a good night. So anyways, again, yesterday I think I told you that I did get to talk to Tank, and it was a good chat with him, and find out that he and I worked at the same company, and then that he's also a ordained minister. It's like, that's pretty good. We've got 3 people that we know of that are ministers in our group here on the show, and it's nice to know you have more people to talk to talk about your situations, or just talk theological ideologies, and it's groovy, man.
There you go.
So folks, I'll close with this. I'm sorry.
I said that's a good thing. Yes, it's a small world,
It is. And folks, since this is a fabulous Friday, casual Friday, let's all be careful out here, and let's do this again next week, all right?
Sounds like a plan to me. Thank you there. So the Armistice Day storm is over. That's the headline from Space Weather. After 2 full days of widespread auroras, the storm is over. It started with the pair of closely spaced CMEs hitting Earth. Of course, then continued into the 12th with that third CME. Peak levels registered G4, severe for many hours, as well as a G3. Auroras were seen in all 50 U.S. states, they say. Wow. And we were talking the other night about some of the farm implements. We shared the story from a couple of years ago. It was like May of 24, where they said many farmers were dumbfounded when their GPS-guided tractors suddenly went off course. One farmer said, our tractors acted like they were demon-possessed. That issue was caused by a severe geomagnetic storm. It may have happened to a lawnmower in this case. This guy sharing a photograph, he said, I've got a Limo 1 robotic lawnmower, which uses GPS and RTK to stay on track. It's usually accurate down to a centimeter or two. They said on November 11th, the mower kept wandering off into the garden beds and chewing up flowers rather than the turf grass it was supposed to be cutting. It did not occur to me at the time, he said, that may well have been related to the solar storms until I read your article on spaceweather.com. Yes, solar activity causes problems for GPS-guided machines during big solar storms. The ionosphere fills with bubbles, waves, turbulence, distorting the radio signals from the GPS satellites. Those garbled signals can actually stop harvesters in the fields. And yes, send your robotic lawnmower into your flower bed.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, obviously, with the government shutdown, of course, it's over now, but we take you back. Was it last Friday? When were they cutting off the SNAP benefits? I guess that's been 2 weeks ago now, right? November 1st. Already the 14th. Wow. The SNAP benefits in the headlines day after day. Braindead had shared a story with me here a bit earlier from a woman in Mississippi, apparently. See, the blurb says a Jefferson Davis County, Mississippi woman arrested for SNAP fraud. According to the Department of Human Services, Victoria Reese garnered $25,698 in SNAP benefits by not reporting her household income and composition accurately. She was arrested October 3rd. I give a toll-free number for people to report suspected fraud. Well, just yesterday, the Secretary of Agriculture, Book Rollins, made a shocking discovery when it comes to Americans receiving those benefits. Coming up, we'll tell you what she had to say. It's a lot of money going to people that should not be receiving it. That's the short story. But there's Brain Dead on I don't know, what day is it? Wacky Wednesday for you?
Every day's a Wacky Wednesday, Steve. What you got planned for this weekend, buddy, besides Skullbusters and football?
I'm supposed to be going out with Lauren's mom and dad. They're coming down from Cleveland. We're going to go out and have some fun, they say. Okay.
So how'd you get Bengals and Browns tickets this weekend? I'm just kind of curious. I need your hookup. No, real quick, though, before I get to that. Senior Slacker there, turn up the volume and rip the knob off. There is a yellow freight update. A couple days ago, there was a hearing in the bankruptcy court between Yellow, MFN Partners, and the Teamsters. They all presented their proposals for our Warren Act claims, and the judge is supposed to rule on that. I can't remember the exact date, but they're supposed to be having another hearing on the 17th about our PTO and vacation pay and all of that. So hopefully by Christmas, we'll get some sort of money out of all of this. I'm not looking forward to probably sometime next Christmas getting everything wrapped up, but he did mention a point about the laws, and the laws are black and white. There's no gray area. It's black or white. And it got me to thinking, and thank you, Senior Slacker, for this, is if the law says for Warren Act claims 60 days of wages, and some states are 90, bear the argument, why is Yellow even fighting this? The judge should go tell Yellow to pound sand, pay up, and realistically, no creditors should be paid until the employees are made full and then whole. Because they keep saying that we are contract labor. We provided the service. Well, yeah, we provided the service, but I'm not a business entity. There is no brain dead enterprise that I could write this off on my taxes. And I explained that to the judge when I wrote my objection letter to the judge. So, and I don't know if they read it or not. So, but anyway, that's kind of a sort of little nuts and bolts update for that. Now, I also heard him last night talking about the bridge being shut down this weekend. Now, they posted those signs 2 weeks ago that the bridge is going to be shut down this weekend for bridge maintenance, and TDOT said the other day that they're supposed to be repairing some bridge joints. Now, Dingbat had the perfect idea. If they wanted to replace the bridge joints without shutting the bridge down, they ought to get some of the dope boys over here to roll the joints a little bit tighter next time instead of having to replace them. So, now, when I woke up, you were talking about the whole ELDs, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't surprise me that they're hacking into these things. The DOT needs to step up, and like you were saying, needs to heavily certify these devices from being hacked, and that if your device can be hacked, it cannot be approved, period. And there was a story, Stephen, you might want to get that Google machine fired up for this, because there was an accident somewhere up around Louisville here a few years ago where a driver said that he was told to go drive even though he had no hours, and the company said, we're going to fix that for you, and made up a fake driver and whatnot. I don't know if you can find that story or not, but I haven't even heard the outcome, because I know you're coming up on break, right?
Yes, sir. Less than a minute away, as a matter of fact. So, yeah, we'll pause there. But coming up, we'll delve more into other industry headlines. What else going on around the country? Now that the government is officially reopened, air travel is improving. They say the airlines, which were slated to be mandated 10% reductions by today, that's been brought down to, I think they don't have to cut any more than 6%. And with each passing day, things are supposed to continue getting better there. So air travel getting back to normal. First, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito US. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points, the S&P 500 fell 113 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people, people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do a quick search, and you can find all kinds of write-ups about what was supposed to be the savior of the trucking industry, the electronic logging device. Nobody's going to be able to break the rules anymore. Everybody will have to be in compliance. Okay. That's what they said. But what we have is illegal manipulation of electronic logging devices is a serious issue. The FMCSA is trying to actively enforce against. Some of the common illegal methods include what they call ghost drivers, using another person's login information when one driver's nearing their hours of service limit, creating false availability. Unplugging the device illegally, intentionally, disconnecting the ELD and switching to paper logs, citing an equipment malfunction if they're stopped by law enforcement. Misusing personal conveyance or yard moves. Classifying on-duty driving time as personal use or yard moves to avoid logging actual drive time. Obviously, using non-compliant devices, using specific devices or software that enable post-facto edits without leaving any sort of a proper, non-editable audit trail That's a practice enabled by the current self-certification system of the ELD providers. Creating false logs, editing logs to erase violations, fabricate legal driving hours. A practice sometimes openly advertised by non-compliant providers. Of course, fines, penalties can be significant for both drivers and carriers if caught. Drivers and vehicles can be placed out of service during roadside inspections. Carriers can receive conditional or unsatisfactory safety ratings. In the event of an accident, manipulated ELD data can be used as evidence of negligence that could lead to significant legal ramifications. But all I know is there's a whole lot of it going on out there. All right, welcome back, Brain Dead.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, they with these carriers, though, not carriers, but these ELD devices, there should be some sort of accountability for them. Like, if your system got hacked, like, what was the one back over the summer where the guy down in Texas killed, 5 or 6 of those people, and he was driving tired? Remember this from over the summer?
Kinda, yeah.
The one in Terrell that was hauling the mail, They said he fell asleep at the wheel, and I think they said his logbook had been altered. That ELD company should be suspended. The ELD company should be held accountable for what they did, not just the carrier as well. The carriers, all they care about is the freight. And you could tell the cheap freight haulers out here by the ones that are doing this. And they really don't pay those guys enough. I've said it for many years, drivers should be paid by the hour, over the road driver. I mean, if you've got these stupid ELD devices, you know how many hours I run in a week, you know my 70 hours, you should be able to pay me by the hour at a fair wage. Get rid of that cents per mile. And I know that's probably that's the biggest debate of all of this industry. But I mean, it's a race to the bottom. It really is. And, I'm glad I worked for a decent company that does care about their people. I mean, and like we've said for many years, you look at truckload versus non-truckload. Obviously, LTL is doing something that truckload needs to pay attention to. Because I've said it for many, many years, Steve. But switching gears here, you ready for some sports, buddy?
Lay it on us.
All right. Now, what did the proctologist and the analysts say about the whole Tennessee-New Mexico State game? Because I didn't catch that part. I was waking up.
They both concurred. Tennessee's going to take this one pretty handily. It's going to be more like a scrimmage, I think they put it.
Yeah, because see, next week we got those Gators down there, Dingbat's team, because I know it's going to happen, and I'm so glad that I don't have to put up with her on next Saturday because, I'll probably be somewhere MIA because the Gators are going to be fun. But, no, I know you probably hadn't heard of this, but supposedly today, Hendrick Motorsports is supposed to show the new design for the new Chevrolet car for next year. And I will say this, Toyota and Ford need to step up and sue NASCAR like how 2311 is right now, because in the rule book it says you must have a production car to race NASCAR. Chevrolet does not have a production car. GM has the Cadillac, but there's no production Chevrolet car. So how in the world can Chevrolet scoot the rules down unless Hendrick Motorsports is the one that's behind keeping Chevrolet in NASCAR? I mean, you look at it, Toyota's got that, that Supra that they run, and Ford's got the Mustang. So, where can this run off at? But did Big Ed and Grump say that there has been a shakeup at the college football selection committee? Did they hear about this?
I don't recall touching on that, no.
Apparently, Baylor's athletic director is the head of the college football playoff committee, and he abruptly stepped down today, this past day. Just said, "Hey, you know what? I'm out of here. See you. Goodbye." and they named the Arkansas athletic director the new head of the college football playoff committee. And that kind of threw me for a loop because they really haven't said who is on this board or not. I know it's some of the athletic directors from some of the Power 5 conferences, and there's also, I think it's like six of the major sports writers and six of the athletic directors that are on this committee. So, real quick, also too, did you hear John Force has formally announced he is retiring from NHRA?
I did indeed see that. Yes. But kind of, I guess it was a no-brainer, wasn't it?
It's been a long time. Yeah. You can't really say anything bad. I mean, when you look at his record, what was it, 175 wins, 16 championships. He is pretty much the face of NHRA. I mean, when you see NHRA, you think of him automatically. You don't, there's no pass and go or collecting $200. So, but Steve, I got to get out of here, go do that nasty Florida word this weekend. Buddy, you have a good one, and we'll holler at you next week.
All right. Work. Of course, you got to work to get a paycheck. That's what they tell us. It's true. You may not have to work to get your food stamps, though. Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins was on Laura Ingram's program. She said she pushed back on one of the Democrats' favorite shutdown talking points, which was that President Trump and the Republicans are letting millions of SNAP recipients starve by refusing to cave in. She told Laura Ingraham in a clip that went viral on X that claim does not match reality. She also disclosed not everyone on the program fits the Democrats' image of a needy American, and some are getting double benefits. What we found is staggering. 500,000 people getting benefits 2 times under the same name. 5,000 dead people. 80% of able-bodied Americans, which means they can work. They do not have small children at home. They're not taking care of an elderly parent. They can work, but they choose not to work, of course, because they're getting significant benefits from the taxpayer. That 80% number there, wow. She went on to call SNAP one of the most corrupt, dysfunctional programs in American history, vowing the administration's going to be cracking down. We now have a plan to fix it. This is a program Democrats wanted to fund with emergency funding, while the president was for partial funding in light of the shutdown. It is unfortunate for those SNAP recipients in need that they were caught in a firestorm of misuse and abuse by fellow Americans. This is just basic corruption. People are getting double the amount they should actually be receiving. Capable Americans being lazy as they would rather use your tax dollars than work. Democrats have the thinking capacity of toddlers, and their approach to SNAP proves it. They think about here and now without regard to the long-term repercussions for their actions. We should fund SNAP fully and completely for everyone, regardless of the consequences in the future. They're shocked when those consequences actually come around, unable to understand cause and effect. This is how children think. That's why they have their parents to guide them and teach them. We as a country have to grow up, not just Democrats. We have to consider the ramifications of our decisions clearly with SNAP, but also with every policy decision that sees us spending more and more and more. Well, Brother Rambler checks in here on a Friday.
Well, praise God. And hello, Steve, and hello, listening audience of the Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. My Lord, glad to be on the air with y'all tonight, calling you from the Wiregrass and beautiful Headland, Alabama. And, man, I'm looking at a crescent moon over here I'm facing east right now. So, man, I'm just happy to be on the air with you. And I tell you, SNAP benefits, they ain't going to teach you how to hunt and fish. So I encourage you out there. We got hunting season that's supposed to start. I know gun season in the state of Alabama starts this weekend. So everyone in the state of Alabama, and if your state has gun season has opened, be safe, be careful out there. It's okay to harvest an animal, but give God all the praise and glory for it, and thank Him. And stock up your freezer. And if you have any deer meat you want to give away, give old Brother Rambler a shout out. But hey, man, my Detroit Red Wings won tonight. Praise God, man. They beat a very good 13-3 Anaheim Ducks team, and there was with 15.3 seconds left in the third period, there was a good fight a good old-fashioned hockey scrap broke out. So, but congratulations to Alex DeBrincat, Dylan Larkin, Michael Rasmussen, and Mont Sider on scoring 5 or 6 goals tonight. So we're very happy to have that, and proud that my Detroit Red Wings won. I sent you an email a while ago to tell the Grump in Big Ed. Oklahoma will be stepping onto the most sacred place in the state of Alabama. One of the most, not the most, but one of the most sacred places called Saban Field at Bryant-Denny. Now, I follow Crimson Tide football very, very close. And Kalen DeBoer has not forgotten what happened last year. Ty Simpson was on an interview saying, we took Oklahoma too lightly and we didn't take them seriously, and we got our clocks cleaned. This year, that score has been posted up. They've been playing every time the team walks into the room, the highlights of them getting their butts handed to them has been playing. So our boys are going to be ready. But here's the kicker. Any ranked team, and I could be wrong, Steve, any ranked team in the top 25, if they're playing at home, they're automatically given 3 points because they're playing at home. Bama is only favored by 6 points over Oklahoma, which means really technically favored by 3. So no matter what kind of a bye week Oklahoma's had or how prepared Alabama is, this is going to be a tight game. It's going to be a close game. And one thing that our defense can't stop is the run. Any team that can establish the run can run against Alabama. And we cannot get the run going, so it's going to be an aerial attack from us. And right now, if you watch the LSU, who do we beat there? Jared Ard from Ponchatoula. We beat that LSU team, but it ain't something to brag about because we didn't do a good job. Ty Simpson couldn't find the mark. The defense pressured our offense. And, yeah, we won 20-9, but it should have been a lot more. So we'll see what happens. So we're going to be getting ready for that. Want to make a real quick announcement. I'm not going to mention the person's name, but I got a text this morning from one of our Overnight Drive family members, and we need to keep this person in prayer. I'll let him, if he hasn't called already, I'll let him be the one to break the news. But we have one of our family members, and listen, God knows who he is. God knows the need. His cancer has returned, and it's very sad because this is a very good person. We love him to death. He comes from a good family. So y'all be praying for this person. And like I said, I don't want to be the one to put his name out there. I'd rather him call up and give the news, and he'll be going to an oncologist. And like I said, God knows who he is, and y'all just pray for him. And, you don't have to call him, you don't even have to know a name. God knows a need, and he needs a miracle. Speaking of miracles, Steve,
this weekend at Determined Ministries Church. You know, we have a church. I pastor this church, and Determined Ministries Church, we go live every Sunday at 5 o'clock p.m. We got a sermon series going on out of 1 Corinthians chapter 12 called Gifts of the Holy Spirit. Last Sunday, we talked about healing. This Sunday, we're going to talk about the gift of miracles. And we're going to go beyond what happened in 1980 when our hockey team beat the Russians. We're going to talk about miracles. And just tune in. We'd love to have you. And just come on and be with us. We're always open. Praise God. We have open arms. We don't care what you look like, what you smell like. Just come on in and just be with us. You know, come different. Come as you are, leave different. That's what we like to say. Other than that, I hope everyone has a great weekend. I heard you talking to, I guess, Braindead or Neil Heatwave there about some relatives coming in. I pray y'all have a great time. My Pittsburgh Steelers are playing the Cincinnati Bengals. It is a rivalry game, so maybe y'all can go have maybe a non-alcoholic libation, and hopefully Pittsburgh will win because that's my favorite NFL team. So, and it's been like this since I was a kid. I've always loved the Pittsburgh Steelers, even though I'm from Mobile, Alabama, and I should be a Saints fan or a Falcons fan. But really, honestly, living 4 years in Miami, Florida, I've become a Dolphins fan also. You know, I mean, you know, hey, you live in Miami, Florida. That's where Dan Marino and all them other guys. So, hey, you had to pull for the Dolphins. And growing up in Miami, Florida, back in the 80s, there was no baseball team other than the Mets or the Yankees. You had to pick either one. Kind of like moving to our state of Alabama. You got to pick Alabama or that Cal College out on the plains. I won't even say their name. But, you know, so I hope everyone has a great weekend. If you're going to go out hunting, please stay safe. You know, wear your hunter's orange. And don't kill your partner, kill your deer.
Right.
All right? And don't put your mother-in-law in a deer-looking outfit either, like on that cartoon many years ago. We don't want that happening either. And come on and be with us and listen. If you're full of gas, so is your equipment. It's full of gas too. And when you're full of gas, you have to treat it. There are several ways we treat it, but there's only one way to treat your stale gas in your summer equipment, and that's with Sta-Bil. And Gold Eagle Steve makes the best product called Sta-Bil. Treat your gas with Sta-Bil, and make sure if you want better MPGs on your diesel or on your gasoline vehicle, I urge you to go to overnightdriveradio.com where you can get your Steve Summer swag, but you can also, Steve, get Hot Shot Secret. And I recommend the Stiction Eliminator to put in your crankcase, and also the gas and diesel treat for the wintertime that's coming up. We love you, God's children, and I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, old Brother Rambler loves you, and I do. You have a great weekend. I'll talk to you Monday. Bye, Steve. Love you, brother.
All right. Thank you very much. Good to hear from Brother Rambler checking in. All right. Back at it here. News break just around the corner. We're talking about split sleeper berth. For all the truckers, they say they want more flexibility built into the hours of service. There's a little more time to weigh in on. There's actually two different proposed pilot programs. Back in September, the FMCSA published a pair of notices about programs that would allow truckers to pause the clock and allow additional sleeper berth options, respectively. They plan to start these programs early next year. In both cases, they're accepting comments on these through the 17th. So we've just got a couple days left. So that's Monday, obviously. First, it was the split duty period. Under this pilot program, truckers would have the opportunity to pause their clock for up to 3 hours. During the proposed program, known as the Split Duty Period Pilot Program, Participating carriers, drivers would have the option to extend their 14-hour driving window by taking one off-duty sleeper berth or on-duty not driving period, taken at the location of like pickup or delivery, including what is sometimes called detention time of no less than 30 minutes, no more than 3 hours. Now, what would that do? Pausing the clock would allow drivers to get rest when they need it and avoid driving in unsafe conditions. The key is making sure the drivers are the ones in control of the provision. According to Louis Pugh, who spoke to Congress earlier this year, that also he said passing the Guaranteed Overtime for Truckers Act would help prevent shippers and receivers from trying to take advantage of a driver's split duty period. This is going to be a program that's limited to, 256 truck drivers. Now, they noted that the pilot program will not affect current limits for on-duty or driving hours. The sleeper berth program, we'll have to address that in our next hour because here we are, closing out another hour. We roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. What do you say? We'll welcome you into a Friday. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tel360.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The House passed a funding measure to end the government shutdown. Prior to voting, the Republicans and Democrats blamed each other for the prolonged standoff. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson.
They admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says the bill doesn't help Americans struggling with high costs.
The longest shutdown in American history would rather do that than provide health care that's affordable to working class Americans, middle class Americans, and hardworking American taxpayers.
President Trump signed the bill last night, ending the shutdown, the longest in U.S. history. Accused killer Luigi Mangione is complaining about a statement his own mother purportedly made to police.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg and the NYPD have repeatedly referenced a reported conversation between a San Francisco police sergeant and Mangione's mom. She allegedly said that killing United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson is something she could see her son doing. Mangione's lawyer claims that remark is highly prejudicial. Prosecutors haven't responded yet. Mangione, who's due in court again next month, has pleaded not guilty to gunning Thompson down in Midtown Manhattan. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
The U.S. Department of Justice is suing to block California from enacting its newly drawn congressional district map.
The complaint was filed in California federal court on Thursday, targeting the map drawn to benefit Democrats and approved by voters in the majority Democratic state. The Trump administration is asking the court to ban the use of the map because it accuses California of racial gerrymandering in violation of the Constitution by using race as a factor to favor Hispanic voters. Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom says the mid-decade redistricting was in response to Texas approving new district lines to benefit Republicans. I'm Phil Hewlett.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A former staffer of California Governor Gavin Newsom is facing multiple corruption charges.
A federal grand jury has indicted Dana Williamson on multiple charges, including bank and wire fraud. Williamson, who resigned as Newsom's chief of staff in December, pleaded not guilty to the charges on Wednesday. If convicted, she faces up to 20 years in prison and a $250,000 fine for each count. I'm Phil Hewlett.
Oklahoma Governor Kevin Stitt is sparing the life of a death row inmate, Tremaine Wood.
Tremaine Wood was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection at 10 o'clock this morning at the state penitentiary in McAllister. It was 10:02 that Governor Stitt announced he was commuting Wood's sentence to life without parole. The governor said his action reflects the same punishment Wood's brother received for the murder of an innocent young man and ensures a severe punishment that keeps a violent offender off the streets forever. Wood and his brother were both convicted of robbing and killing 19-year-old Ronnie Whiff at an Oklahoma City motel in 2001. Jake Wood was given a life sentence. Tremaine Wood was given the death penalty. I'm Beth Myers.
The Washington State Department of Health is investigating what may be the first human case of bird flu this year.
The person's a resident of Grays Harbor County. They're an older adult who has underlying health issues. They had a high fever and respiratory distress earlier this month and were hospitalized. The Washington State Public Health Lab's conducting tests to confirm the diagnosis. The investigation into how the person got the virus is ongoing. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, making our way into a brand new day, Friday. Here we go. Mid-November already here. Less than 2 weeks till Thanksgiving. Are you ready for the holidays? How could that be already? All right, start off this hour. Tennessee Highway Patrol asking for your assistance in locating the driver responsible for an injury hit-and-run crash involving a commercial vehicle earlier this week. I guess it was a week ago. Let's see. About 7 a.m., I-81 south near the 47-mile marker. This would have been Wednesday a week ago. Preliminary information from authorities indicates a passenger vehicle was parked on the right emergency shoulder. The driver was changing a rear tire when a passing tractor-trailer struck the vehicle. The victim was hit by her own vehicle, thrown from the scene, sustaining serious injuries, they tell us. The Highway Patrol says a witness that was traveling behind the commercial vehicle reported seeing the crash and that the truck driver initially pulled onto the right shoulder, stopped. The witness pulled in behind the commercial vehicle, jumped out to render aid to the victim, and while rendering aid, after a few minutes, the truck driver just drove off. Continuing southbound on Interstate 81. Driver never got out of the cab of the truck, apparently. The only description available from the suspect vehicle is a commercial motor vehicle that was hauling a white box trailer. That ain't much to go on. But they say the tractor-trailer may have sustained damage to the right side, potentially near the rear axles of the tractor or the front of the box trailer. So I guess they're hoping somebody may have some dash cam or something of that nature with the amount of time that's passed. I don't know. Anyone that may have witnessed the crash or has any sort of tip regarding the driver of the vehicle urged to contact the Tennessee Highway Patrol Emergency Dispatch. I just can't help but wonder if they could read or speak the English language and decided, I better get out of here. That's all right. Meanwhile, the fuel and oil markets have been among the few things showing any positive signs within recent industry analysis. In the latest update, the OOIDA Foundation maintained a negative outlook on the freight market as an upcycle appears further away. Part of the problem is the cost of operating, according to Andrew King, director of the foundation. It's not only rates. You have increased cost. These two things together create a very painful situation. So many things underneath the surface that aren't firing to really flip the market. ACT Research said that freight volumes remain soft. Tariff-driven cost measures continue to weigh on margins. Fortunately, fuel is one cost that has yet to be significantly impacted by active or impending tariffs, the Energy Information Administration short-term energy outlook released on Wednesday said prices for fuel and oil are expected to fall through the end of the year and on into 2026. They've increased their forecast for U.S. oil production to 13.6 million barrels per day this year and next. Brent crude is expected to drop to $54 per barrel in the first quarter of next year, then average $55 per barrel for the entirety of 2026, which should definitely begin bringing the price at the pump down. Meanwhile, diesel is forecast to average $3.50 per gallon nationally next year, about a 7% decline from the average in 2024. The decrease in prices, the result of global inventories rising through next year as global production grows faster than the demand for petroleum fuels. So as the price of oil comes down, so will its share of fuel prices. All right, we'll anxiously await that. All right, let me get back quickly, finish up the other regulation that the days are numbered. You only have till the 17th to make your comments. The sleeper berth program that would allow participating drivers to split your 10-hour off-duty period into more flexible combinations. The 6 and 4 or the 5 and 5. Current regulations require you to have one rest period of at least 7 consecutive hours if you elect to split your time. So you've got 7 and 3, 8 and 2, pretty much. Participating drivers would be required to take one rest period of at least 5 consecutive hours in the sleeper. This would result in drivers having the option to select alternative split formats for the sleeper time. Again, 5-5, 6-4. This program, the pilot, will also be limited to 256 drivers. But apparently there's a lot of positive sentiment to that. I think the 6-4, 5-5 would be a great option for added flexibility. Kristen Wilson said, I, for one, would be a lot less stressed out to have these options, particularly when there are last-minute schedule changes, which happens often in this industry. There are times it's difficult to force myself to sleep for a whole 7 or 8 hours in a row, and the option to split up when I'm actually starting to feel fatigued or tired would be much safer and welcome. I think it would be a change for the better. To comment on the split sleeper program, again, you only have till the 17th. Go to regulations.gov. You need the docket number, which is FMCSA-2025-0193-0001. Regulations.gov. Yeah, right. It's a Friday, TGIF. Eagle, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm here tonight. Yeah, I'm here. I'm out here on the road. Like I told you, Steve, I'm a roll and make all this money, brother. There's money to be made. Now that they're getting these illegals off the road, I can tell freight starting to pick up again. You know, it will stay pretty busy for me anyway. But I don't see those trucks on the road. All these guys that was running illegal, all them guys are out of business and at home where they belong. You know, so yeah, things are starting to pick up. I think for the U.S. truck drivers, I think next year, the first 6 months, you know, all hell could break loose. There could be some serious money to be made. You know, I don't know what's going to happen after 6 months, but I think the beginning of the year next year is going to be booming for truck drivers, people that already had their license. And so I'm definitely going to be ready to go January the 1st next year, I'm gonna be running real hard so I can make me plenty of money. Now, getting back to these one thing, Steve, with the government being reopened. I understand that the woman that works for Donald Trump, I forgot I don't know what Levitt or somebody announced today, or maybe it was Kristi Noem, that the workers that continued on in the people that were working in the airports and such, I don't know how many people it consisted of, but they were going to receive a $10,000 bonus for not walking off the job and continuing to work during the shutdown. Did you hear about that?
It's not ringing a bell, no.
Hello?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. You need to check on that there. Yeah, because she said that they were going to be giving $10,000 bonuses for these people that continue working. And I don't know if they deserve that much money, but they definitely deserve some money for continuing on working, even though they might have known they wasn't receiving no pay. And as for the people that didn't go, they called in. For those people, they shouldn't have a job, as far as I'm concerned. If you decided not to show up just because you wasn't going to get paid, right. Like I said, you put people's lives in jeopardy when you're air traffic controller. That's a very dangerous job there. So I have no respect for people that didn't show up for work. The ones that continued on, I got utmost respect for these people, the military and all these other individuals that continued on during this government shutdown. Now, there's a person, Steve, unfortunately, she represents the state of Texas, but you could better believe I didn't vote for her. I promise you, I didn't vote for her, and I never will vote for her, and that's the loudmouth from out of Texas, Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
This woman is continuing to... What'd you say?
What a whack job. Yeah, she's off the rails. Off the rails, ain't she?
Yeah. She's an embarrassment. She's an embarrassment to the state of Texas. Like I say, she'll never get my vote. I promise you that. Because she's a loudmouth, and she doesn't even. She's just some young woman. I don't know who voted for her. I asked you the same thing, and I'm going to get to that guy. This New York City mayor, after I finish with her. Who voted for this woman? I don't know, Steve. And it's probably a bunch of people that's on SNAP and welfare and looking for a handout from the government. That's the type of individuals that vote for people like her, people that don't want to work and people that want to sit around the house and can moan and groan and complain and expect some loser like her to do something for her. But she's not going to do nothing. She's nothing but a phony. And as for her thinking that maybe she could possibly be a candidate, I've talked to you about her before, president in 28. Go ahead and run so you can get embarrassed. She'll be the second. She'll just be another Kamala Harris. She might be dumber than Kamala if that's possible. So go ahead and run and embarrass yourself, Jasmine. Her mouth would destroy her campaign, Steve. Like my grandfather always said, the more she talks, the bigger the hole she digs for herself. So she'll just dig a hole for herself that she'll never be able to get out of. So just let her keep flapping her mouth, because that's all she's doing is flapping her mouth. Now, as for this guy in New York, I continue to talk about him because I'm still in shock that this man could possibly be the mayor of New York. But I understand that the police... I've read some information over the last day or so that a lot of police officers in New York are saying that they're going to move on, that they refuse to work for a man like that. And I agree with that. There are plenty of them. Come on down to Texas. That's what I say to the police in New York. Come on down to Texas. We got a real man down in Texas, Governor Greg Abbott. He'll be happy to welcome you down here to Texas so you can uphold the law, and he'll stand and he'll watch your back, unlike this loser that they got in New York that's trying to cut your throat every time you look. So, yeah, any police officers out in New York that can hear me tonight, and you're thinking about moving on from New York City, come on down to Texas, brother, and you'll probably make more money in Texas, and you damn sure won't be paying all those taxes that they do in New York. I guarantee you that. So I say to hell with this so-called mayor of New York. Let him have New York, and he can destroy that just like they destroyed Chicago and Los Angeles and all the other cities. And that's the best bet, Steve. Those people to get the hell out of there and come to a state where you'll be appreciated. And I can't say what I want to say about that guy, but let him have New York, and it'll go down the toilet just like the rest of the other democratically run cities. Thank you for taking my call.
All right. He mentioned the $10,000 bonus thing. I knew the president had proposed that, and I think Sean Duffy said he thought it was a great idea. I had not caught. I guess indeed it's a done deal. As it was Kirsty Noem yesterday said, the $10,000 bonuses for TSA agents who worked through the shutdown, delivering both the announcement and actually a handful of checks in Houston following the shutdown. They say the bonuses will go to several thousand agencies or agents who received high performance ratings from their supervisors. Kirsty said we're going to be looking at every single official that helped during the shutdown, do what we can to recognize that and help them financially with a bonus check to get them and their family back on their feet. And with a large stack of checks in envelopes, she began handing them out to TSA agents on the podium. Yeah, so with that, Rico, I want to present you a check and say thank you from the American people. Homeland Security said about 47,000 frontline TSA officers continue to work to do an excellent job during and throughout the shutdown. All right, so $10,000. What a great time for that. Merry Christmas, right? Go do you some Christmas shopping, and thanks for all you did. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, had a fairly decent amount of discussion about going after the drug cartels, aircraft carrier now in the Caribbean with the task force. And yesterday, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth announced an expanded counter-drug offensive. Operation Southern Spear, it's being called. This long-duration mission deploys new robotic and autonomous systems to target cartel activity threatening U.S. security. He announced this renewed push on X, calling it a direct response to the narcotics networks that are fueling overdoses here in the U.S. And I quote, "Today I'm announcing Operation Southern Spear, led by Joint Task Force Southern Spear and Southcom. This mission defends our homeland, removes narco-terrorists from our hemisphere, and secures our homeland from the drugs that are killing our people. The Western Hemisphere is America's neighborhood. We will protect it." So kind of reflecting an increasingly hardened posture, intensifying regional pressure on the transnational criminal groups. Comparable descriptions from regional partners, including Colombia's Ministry of Defense, have emphasized shared maritime security responsibilities, which align with U.S. officials' calls for broader cooperation. Operation Southern Spear, which commenced earlier this year, is now entering an expanded phase, as he said, focusing on integrating robotic and autonomous systems to these counter-drug operations. Commander Foster Edwards, the 4th Fleet's hybrid fleet director, said that the mission would operationalize a mix of platforms to support the detection and monitoring of illicit trafficking while developing lessons from other theaters. This is a shift away from a short-duration experiment toward a long-duration operation designed to refine how unmanned systems fit into our maritime environment. This is expected to deploy long-dwell robotic surface vessels, small robotic interceptor boats, vertical takeoff and landing robotic air vehicles across the Southern Command area of responsibility. The 4th Fleet will integrate these systems with U.S. Coast Guard cutters and operation centers at the 4th Fleet and the Joint Interagency Task Force South. It sounds like this is not going to be something ending anytime soon when it comes to the drug cartels. What will their response be? Hey, we'll get back to your calls coming up. Buckwheat just ahead. Blind Man joins us on a Friday. First, Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com today to learn more. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito US. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points, the S&P 500 fell 113 points, and the NASDAQ dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, where'd we leave off there? Let me see. I guess Charlotte, you're on notice. Charlotte, North Carolina, that is. Where a North Carolina sheriff announcing Customs and Border Protection agents will be rolling into Charlotte as soon as Saturday or early next week to begin immigration enforcement operations. The Mecklenburg County Sheriff, Gary McFadden, issuing a statement that 2 federal officials had confirmed the plan. He did not identify those officials, but he said details about the operation have not been disclosed. His office has not been asked to assist the administration immigration crackdown, focusing on North Carolina's largest city, which immediately has the activists, some religious leaders, local and state officials, preparing the immigrant community, sharing information about resources, trying to calm their fears. There was a call organized by a nonprofit advocacy group known as Charlotte East. They had nearly 500 people on the call Wednesday, offering information, resources. Let's get as many people as possible aware of the helpers and who the people are that are doing the work that individuals can plug into, either as volunteers to donate or those who are in need of support, who they can turn to. I guess they're trying to find ways to hide them out. Now, the Mecklenburg police has no authority to enforce federal immigration laws, according to the sheriff there. We do not participate in ICE operations, nor are we involved in the planning of these federal activities. They do say they've already had some reports of what appeared to be plainclothes officers in neighborhoods and on some of the transit. One of the senators, the state senators, says, "This is some of the chaos we saw in Chicago." He was one on several local and state officials who issued a statement of solidarity, saying more than 150,000 foreign-born residents live in our city, contributing billions to our economy, enriching every neighborhood with culture, hard work, and hope. So get ready. Like I said, could be Saturday, could be early next week, but apparently confirmed they're rolling into Charlotte, North Carolina. Well, good morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. I feel like I'm in the Indy 500. The police just stopped the traffic for construction pickup and stuff, and I was the first truck in line, and they just released us, and now we're hammered down again. So anyhow, I was on 287 north heading mile marker 37. So anyhow, but yeah, I guess I'll be the one that Brother Rambler was talking about. Back in October 10th, I had said that I was going for a biopsy, and I hadn't heard nothing from it, and everybody was saying, well, no news is good news, and stuff like that. And I started calling the doctor's office, and, oh, no, they didn't get the report yet. And finally, this week I called him on Monday, and he said, oh, I'm going to have to turn you over to the nurse. And the nurse said what came on and said, oh, well, we're going to have to turn this over to the doctor. I was like, okay, I guess they got the report, but the doctor had to discern it. And so now, yesterday, the doctor called me, and he apologized. He said, we sort of dropped the ball. The report came in a different way than what they expected it, and it got misplaced. And so he said, well, they, in the 2 samples they took of you from your lymph nodes, it showed came back with their cancer, their kidney cancer is back again. So he said the most likely course of treatment is probably going to be 2 years worth of chemotherapy. And he said sometimes they do use pinpoint radiation. But he wanted me to talk to an oncologist, and he said that he knows this oncologist personally, and he said he's going to speak to him directly, you know, and get on his personal phone. And so So I thought, okay. He said, if you don't hear nothing from them by Monday, give me a call back. And I was like, okay, I will. I mean, I wasn't really expecting anything. Within 45 minutes of my doctor calling me, they called me, and they set up an appointment for this afternoon to do I said, I'm a truck driver. I am going to be out on the road. And they said, well, we will do a phone consult. So yeah, I guess 4 o'clock this afternoon, I'll find out what way they want to treat this, and we'll go from there. But, yeah, so anyhow, you know, a lot of people, I know Blind Man, you know, he's concerned about me going to New York City, but, you know, the company I work for, one of the things that is a benefit, the owner had to, you know, knew about it, and he had requested that I let him know, and so I let him know that what the doctor had said, and he called me directly, and he prayed for me, and, you know, and stuff like that. Having a company, working for people, it's not all about dollars and cents. I mean, they care about your emotional well-being. They care about your physical well-being. They treat you like a person. And, yeah, so that's one of the blessings of working for a Christian-based company. And, you know, we don't do everything right, but we try to do, you know, everything right. You know, yeah, it's another journey that we're going to be on. And, yeah, I don't know what it holds. And when I got back yesterday, they had, well, I talked to the doctor. I said, if I'm on this chemotherapy, could I still drive? And he said, yeah, he's known people that were older than me that were on this regiment that, you know, they handled it pretty good. I'm not sure what that meant, but so it sounded like I still could drive. But when I got back, the dispatcher asked if I ever thought of moving into the office. I said, well, sitting inside of four walls is that's sort of hard for a truck driver to do sometimes. But, you know, I said, well, we'll see what happens, and we'll see how we go, you know, one step at a time, and we'll go from there. But so, yeah, that's my journey, and, you know, and hey, yeah, I appreciate your prayers, and, you know, I know it's, yeah, not much you can do, but, you know, it's having friends and family that care for you. It makes it worthwhile, you know.
Well, did they say anything? Did they know in regard to, like, you know, like what stage it is? 1, 2. I mean, is that the kind of info you're going to get later today, you think, or?
I think that'd probably be the info I'll get later today. Now, when they took my kidney cancer out, they said it was stage 2. Now that it has grown and moved somewhere else, I think that probably ups it a stage. You know, I mean, it sounds like it's something that's curable. The cancer that I had before, it sounds like it's the same type that came back now. It's a very slow-growing cancer. It's nothing, you know, really radical.
Well, that's good.
But, yeah, I mean, that's good. And as of now, if I wouldn't have been going on the every 6 months for CAT scans, I wouldn't know nothing about it. I mean, it's not affecting my daily life. I mean, I guess this would have been, they noticed that my lymph nodes were swollen back in the spring, and then in August, they noticed that it was swollen bigger. So, you know, it's, so yeah, they noticed it just by imaging, but it's not because I felt any discomfort or anything like that. So, the last time when I had kidney cancer, only time I noticed it was my urine came out red, and doctor said that's unusual. But, yeah. So, anyhow, that's the journey we're on. And, hey, we'll keep pressing forward. And, we'll do what we can. So.
Not the kind of news you want to get on any day, but wow. So, yeah, I guess you got to take it one step. Early detection can be a key, can be a lifesaver, they say. So.
Yeah, that's true. And once my doctor found out, where the records were, I looked at, 45 minutes from he contacted me, the oncologist contacted me, though. I think they're trying to work on it pretty fast, and they move appointments around to get me in. So, yeah, I feel pretty confident on the team that I got working for me, so we'll go from there. And, of course, I never met him before, but, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, but, yeah. So, yeah, that's what we have to face, and I guess we'll know more this afternoon after I talk to him, but, yeah.
Right. Wow.
Anyhow, so. All right, well, that's all I have. We're going to New York City this morning again, and we got ice cream, tackleberries, deli products, and frozen food, and, yeah, we got all kinds of stuff, and then we'll be bringing back all kinds of Asian food imported from Asia and India and stuff like that. So to keep those type of people fed, with their own food that they like from home.
Right. Yeah, they're in there. So. Very good. Well, I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you for the update, Buck. We will be thinking about you, obviously praying for you, and you keep us abreast of what's going on.
I will do that. Hey, we'll speak at you later.
All right. Wow. Not the news you want to get, right? With all these technology. When I was talking to Philip the other morning when he was discussing actually transmitting signals via laser. Yeah, all these leaps and bounds in technological advancements we've all seen in our lifetimes. But the cancer thing, just time and time again, was with all we're able to do, why can't we find that magical cure? It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Undoubtedly some scary moments for a lot of folks in Oklahoma this past early morning. Looking at some of the video posted by one of the folks that were actually staying in this particular hotel where this started. It was one of the big tanker trucks, an air gas tanker that had a, quote, mechanical failure and began spewing anhydrous ammonia. This woman said she woke up to the smell, and she described it as Windex times 1 million. The overwhelming smell. And filming out of her window, there's this cloud right at the ground level, just enveloping the entire parking area, which ultimately led to hundreds of people being evacuated and others told to shelter in place. The tanker that was leaking in a hotel parking lot, that plume of anhydrous ammonia gas. I guess the leak started shortly before 10 o'clock Wednesday night. People in the immediate area were in respiratory distress, at least 36 taken to a local hospital, 11 brought to other hospitals for further treatment. They had at least 600 people in a shelter this past morning. Several nursing homes were evacuated. Schools were closed for the day. Those that were told to shelter in place were in a kind of a triangle-shaped area. Businesses that were advised to stay closed. All law enforcement that had responded to the scene were exposed and being checked out. They said they were monitoring the air quality. The tanker was no longer spewing gas, but I guess it was a very calm morning. The lack of wind was slowing their efforts to dissipate this cloud. A number of agencies were on hand to assist, including hazmat crews, an Oklahoma National Guard unit that supports first responders during emergencies. But anhydrous ammonia, I've heard of it, not real familiar. It's used as a fertilizer to help provide nitrogen for corn and wheat plants. But it says if a person touches it when it's in gas or liquid form, it can burn you. So this was Weatherford, Oklahoma. Has about 12,000 residents, about 70 miles west of Oklahoma City. But, yeah, downright scary there. Hey, good morning to the blind man.
Good morning, Steve. Buckwheat, give me a call. I got some information that I'd like to pass along to you. There's a doctor in New York that's been pretty successful. I hear his commercials every night. Anyhow, I was listening to Rick Valdez last night, and the topic of China came up, and apparently China bought a trailer park right at the end of the runway where the bombers take off in the middle of Missouri, and they were pretty. Rick Valdez and his guests were pretty upset about China buying land, and we can't buy land in China, so I don't think that's fair at all. Why should they be allowed to buy land? If I had my way, Steve, I would not let foreigners buy land. I'm just afraid that the way China's going, they're going to buy up all the land, and then we're going to be dependent on them for our food in the future.
Yeah.
Thank God I'm 78, going on 79, so I don't have to worry about that down the road. Anyhow, that's just about all I had to say today. My caregiver's coming over later this afternoon. I'll go to my chiropractor and get worked on, and then she's going to fix me some ham and eggs for dinner tonight, so I'm really looking forward to that. And this weekend, I'll just entertain myself by playing the Gunsmoke channel, which I have been in the past, or another station that plays suspense all day long if I want to hear it, or Johnny Dollar, some of the old-time radio shows, so I can entertain myself tomorrow. But I really appreciate you guys being out there. My hat goes off to you guys. And like I said, Buckwheat, give me a call because I want to give you some information.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Blind Man. Isn't it funny with all the different options there are out there for entertainment, television viewing, and whatnot? Yeah, how many of us end up time and time again when you're flipping through, and you'll stop on the Andy Griffith Show or the Munsters, the Addams Family, all the old stuff. Time and time again, if I'm flipping through, I say it's just time and time again. I'll just stop there, and even though you've seen it so many times before, you're kind of locked in, right? I know what he was referencing, and this has been a trend in recent years. Why are Chinese purchasing these facilities near military bases, military facilities? In this case, this trailer park actually shares a fence line with Whitman Air Force Base, which is the home of the B-2 stealth bomber fleet. I'll give you more on that coming up. First, we got to get a news break. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems.
For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito US. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. The U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops is criticizing the Trump administration's immigration policy, saying profiling has caused fear and anxiety.
We're pastors, we care about our people, and we care particularly for those who are most vulnerable.
Archbishop Mark Sines says dangerous individuals should be deported, but innocent people have been caught up in the raids. The bishops are calling for an end to dehumanizing rhetoric and violence toward illegal aliens and law enforcement. In Pennsylvania, a 53-year-old man ended up in the hospital after his dog accidentally fired a shotgun, hitting him in the back. Police say he had placed the gun on his bed while cleaning it. Corporal Michael Schoon spoke with WFMZ.
A dog had jumped up onto the bed, causing the shotgun to go off, and which ultimately struck the male.
The man underwent surgery. Authorities say the incident appears accidental, but they are still investigating. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points. The S&P 500 fell 113 points. And the NASDAQ dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Texas lawmakers are pushing to curb campus violence following Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Freedom of speech is not the freedom to threaten, harass, or disrupt.
Representative Terry Wilson led a hearing on free speech where the University of Texas at Austin's president said recent fights have been driven by outside agitators and not students. A Florida school board member, criticized for online posts she made about Charlie Kirk following his death, explained herself at a Board of Education meeting.
Commissioner Anastasios Koumoutzis commenting on Alachua County School Board member Tina Certon's Facebook post,
in which she referred to Charlie Kirk as a 31-year-old uneducated white boy.
Certon, who is black, accused the commission of viewpoint discrimination.
My context was to use the same language that Kirk used to expose the bias of his own rhetoric. Charlie Kirk's comments were racist. Tina Certon isn't a racist.
Certon said her comments as an elected official are protected by free speech, but board members accused her of being an activist who went too far. Karen Curtis, Miami.
Rates of high blood pressure in children have almost doubled in the last 25 years.
A new study out of China found that in 2020, around 6% of children and adolescents had hypertension, putting them at risk for health problems down the road. One of the authors of the study said childhood obesity has played a significant role in the numbers, along with consuming high levels of sodium and processed foods. I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Here we go, final hour. One more time around on a Friday. All set for the weekend? Okay. So what are we doing now? We're wagering on the mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani will be deported. Is that it? Okay. Now, according to Fox Business, traders on the prediction market platforms Kalshi and Polymarket are betting on the odds of Mayor-elect Mamdani's deportation by the end of the year. Now, they say it's considered a long shot, but the fact that traders are wagering at all is kind of striking. Mamdani steps into power with a mandate to transform New York City and a growing chorus of detractors watching closely. Among them, of course, President Trump himself, who's questioned Mamdani's citizenship. Born in Uganda, he became a naturalized U.S. citizen in 2018. On the odds... on the Kalshi, the implied odds of his deportation have fallen to 3%, down from 8.5% on November 5th. The trading volume, or the total dollar amount wagered on this market's a little over $10,000. Meanwhile, on Polymarket, traders assigned a 1% chance that he'll face deportation. Little more than $5,700 wagered there. These websites let users bet real money on everything from politics and economic policy to sports, pop culture. Wow. Yeah, we know the progressive socialist Mamdani has placed affordability at the center of his agenda for New York City. Throughout the campaign, proposing the likes of, as we've talked, free bus service, city-owned grocery stores, freezing the rent. Yeah, some of those more ambitious ideas have rattled Wall Street, drawing some of his fiercest critics to clash, underscores a widening divide between progressive visions for the city and the financial sector that forever has powered New York City. All right. I guess they're watching. How many of the elite are moving out? All those three. Semper Fi, Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. We started 38, but look, warming to 63 today for Fort Wayne. 32 to 58, Newaygo, Michigan. A big shout out to the Knuckle Buster, roll on. And a big shout out to all the veterans out there. Have a great weekend, everyone. 41 days till Christmas. There you go. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Moonrunner on board. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. TGIF.
Once again.
It's still my Thursday, but it's closer.
The Fridays just keep rolling in faster and faster. Another week. I mean, it's just flying. I can't. But we're almost to another year. New Year just around the corner.
Oh, I know it. Just like everybody said, the older we get, the faster time moves.
It does.
I'm 65. I'll be 66 in February, so it's getting closer. I think who was that? I can't remember who said this quote, but they said the days are long, but the years are short. Boy, it sure is true.
Yeah.
When you were talking to Big Ed and Grump earlier, did I hear you say Big Ed has a niece that's a Miss Oklahoma?
She was, yes, indeed she was, and she was actually in the competition for Miss USA. I guess it's been a couple of years ago now, but I think she made it.
Okay.
I think she made it all the way to the final 5, if memory serves.
Oh, okay. I live there in Oklahoma, so I was just kind of wondering, about it. You remember what her name is?
It's Ashley Earhart, I believe it is. Ashley Earhart.
Okay, I think she was either this year or last year, I believe. Okay, I was just kind of wondering about that since I live in Oklahoma. I didn't know, so
I know
that's pretty cool.
I know she's been a cheerleader for what's your basket? Is it the Thunder? Is that your basketball team?
Yeah, Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah, cheerleader for the Thunder for several years. Yeah, so now she gracing the cover of that magazine there. I guess. Yeah, the jewelry magazine that Big Abe was saying. I had never heard of it, but something, I guess, well-known there.
Oh, yeah, I hadn't either. I'm not into jewelry or anything, so, a lot of that stuff, way above my pay grade. So.
Right. Something called BC Clark is the magazine or whatever. I guess it's a high line jewelry and apparel catalog.
High end.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
That's why we haven't heard of it.
Yeah, exactly. my jewelry is, kind of the Walmart type stuff, so.
Right.
The $30 watches and that kind of stuff. On that bird flu you was talking about earlier, are they still, when you said they I forget how many millions they had, you said they killed. Are they still wiping out a whole flock if only 1 or 2 or 3 birds actually, come up positive for that stuff?
I was wondering the same thing. It was 1.67 million that have been axed, I think, in the last month. So I thought they were looking at changing that whole scenario of eliminating the whole flock, but maybe they haven't.
Yeah, that's what I had thought too. That's just crazy, though. I mean, if you only got, half a dozen, just separate them from the flock and monitor the rest of them. I mean, that doesn't make any sense, killing the whole stinking, chicken coop, and the result of it is, the prices go through the roof. So, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not I don't raise chickens. Right. I'm just a truck driver, but still, it just doesn't make any sense.
It does sound like overkill to me, though.
Right. Oh, well, you were talking about insurance yesterday, too. I got a surprise on my insurance. I got my house and my car's insurance through Flow, and my insurance actually went down this time. That's the first time in, I think, forever that my insurance rate, it renewed on November 1st, and I think it went down about 2% from last year, which is, really a surprise. I've never had that happen before.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it never comes down. It always goes up.
Yeah, I know our insurance here at work goes up every year by, 3-5%, something like that. I got that statement in the mail from the insurance, and it actually went down. So I'll take it. I'm not going to gripe too much, but I thought it was, kind of odd. I've never seen that before. That's about all I got. Just want to chime in on that stuff. So y'all have a good weekend.
All right. Well, thank you for checking in there, Moon Runner. Good to hear from you. I'm looking at a story here a couple of days ago. So they're talking about the bird flu. A flock of turkeys to be culled after a suspected case of bird flu was detected on a farm. A number of birds involved unknown, but this is the kind of thing that sounds to me like, indeed, they are still kind of. Why kill the whole flock? To stop the spread, why the entire flocks are culled, it says the primary reason for culling is to control the spread of the highly contagious virus, prevent it from infecting neighboring farms or the wider poultry population. Culling is a standard disease control measure for outbreaks of foreign animal diseases, and it's often mandated by authorities. By culling infected flocks, authorities reduce the risk of the virus then spreading to humans, which continues to be a growing concern for health organizations. I think Washington State just announced here recently they've had another human case of the bird flu. All right, 844-844-3388. Back to you into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, yes, indeed. I found the story here. Washington State health officials say that they have identified the nation's first human case of bird flu since last February. So it's been about 9 months. A Grays Harbor County, Washington resident preliminarily testing positive, according to the Department of Health. Officials say they're still investigating the source of the infection, including contact with wild or domestic birds. The patient's an older adult that does have some underlying health conditions. Developed a high fever, confusion, respiratory distress, hospitalized here in early November. The treatment, they say, is ongoing. Round and round we go. It's kind of, you see it coming. Yeah, the spring migration, you'll see that outbreak impacting flocks. Things take a break through the summer months, and then the fall migration. All those wild birds headed back south, and here we go again. It's becoming all too common, huh? Let's see what Pup has going on here on a Friday morning. Pup.
Hey, morning, Steve. I thought on that bird flu, they weren't going to call like a whole chicken house. Because those are in cages. There's usually about 4 to a cage, 3 to 4 to a cage and stuff. And so they were just going to call the ones around that, not the whole house. And on turkeys, that's a little more difficult because if you ever see a turkey barn, you could have 1,000 birds in there, let's say, and they get free roam of the whole barn.
They're all just meandering around, so I guess it probably spreads like wildfire in that scenario, right?
Yeah, on turkeys and stuff. So on that anhydrous ammonia you was talking about, that's knifed into the ground, but the most dangerous thing about that is it can't only burn you, but it'll also suck like the water out of your eyes or your lungs. So you got to be real careful around that business. And you know how you were talking about the ELD earlier and stuff. I don't understand unless they're not hooked up to the computers on the truck, which that's definitely they're supposed to be. I don't know how they get by with running down the road on yard moves. Because that, on yard moves, in order to stay in yard moves, you have to have a geo fence, like say around a terminal or a meet point or something. Then you can move around. But other than that, it'll switch you to driving. But there was one other thing I was going to tell you. But, that fellow was right. The older we get it, the faster time goes, it seems like.
Right.
I guess that's part of it. But I can see how they're calling the turkeys, but that shouldn't raise your, maybe the fresh turkey, if you want a fresh turkey, but the frozen turkeys are already,
I'm thinking
they're already.
Most of those have been delivered,
done,
right?
yeah.
In the frozen section?
Right. Yes. Yeah, so that won't affect that till later, but hopefully they can get it stopped. That's about all I had for you. I hope buckwheat comes out with good results.
Yes.
So, you have a good weekend, and we'll be back here listening. So, all right. Bye-bye.
Thank you for checking in. Pump, you do the same. Pup, have a good weekend. All to the anonymous hippopotamus. Hey there. Oh, we lost the hippopotamus. Or did I hit the wrong magic twanger? Uh-oh. I apologize, Horse Feathers. Dial us back. Hello, Vic.
Hello, Steve. You were talking about the Chinese real quick on that and the bird flu. The Chinese weren't allowed to purchase the one, I guess you would say, brand or strand of chickens for a long time. It was they call it High Line. And basically they've got a monoculture now in the poultry flocks. And that's one problem that they're having with some of these diseases. And the second thing is where a lot of these people have used chemicals and stuff on the in the soil, they've kind of killed a lot of the soil microbes. And I was trying to think, it's terramycin. There are some antibiotics that were at one time basically in the soil naturally. and one of them was terramycin, and I think the other one was aureomycin. But anyway, they would kill a lot of those diseases, and all that's gone. But for a long time, Highline wouldn't even sell their chickens to the Chinese, and then somehow they did finally get into that. And China had a problem with bird flu years ago, and they thought that the United States had actually contaminated their flock. And I don't know if they still believe that or whatever, but whether they're conducting more bio warfare on the United States or not, I guess maybe they'll finally figure it out, because they like they're in some of the Chinese are in some of the universities, and I think you've seen that where they had brought some fungus into the United States and one thing and another. So I don't know how much they're really going to look at all that. And you were mentioning about how they want to get close to a lot of the military facilities, or not only military facilities, but there are also facilities where they train like law enforcement and other people. And I was trying to think what they call that, but anyway, we've got a couple of them here in the southern part of the United States that I know about, and basically they're spying on us. And then when you go to South America, there, as I understand it, the Chinese has built a bridge over the Darien Gap, so they can really get people into the United States. And I don't know why they keep mollycoddling the Chinese, but they are. And they say, well, we're going to do this, this trade deal or that trade deal. And the other thing you were talking about with anhydrous ammonia, farmers it's been maybe 20 years ago now, they were having a terrible problem with these people making meth, and they need anhydrous ammonia, and they would just knock the valves off of one of these tanks. And like Pup was mentioning, I don't know how they protected themselves, but they did, and it was costing farmers a lot of money. And someone come up with an additive they could put into the anhydrous ammonia so that when they made crack, it would have a pukey green color to it. And I don't know if that slowed it down or not. But the other thing is, like Pup was mentioning, they knife that in, and that's usually where they want to use DPS and stuff in the fall, before the soil gets frozen, because it's just a lot safer to do that than it is to actually, be on a tractor and trying to knife it into the ground. And it does leach over the winter, but that way in the summer and the springtime when you're ready to go for planting, the fertilizer is already there. Kind of depends on the soil type, but back to the bird flu and stuff. Even American poultry flocks and producers, I don't think they use good management practices anymore, because there are so in these layer houses and everything, they have a bunch of chickens in one cage, maybe 3, 4, 5, and they will pick at one another. So then they start to bleed and one thing and another, and bleed. Blood is that's just like a petri dish for all these different viruses and everything. And some people try to use these free-range chickens. I mean, my daughter, she insists on free-range chickens, and she has a degree in microbiology and pharmacy. And I told her one day, I said, do you know how filthy these free-range chickens are? Well, no. So I gave her a short course in that, because the chickens on a free range, they would just lay their eggs wherever they feel like it. And eggs also, they're like incubators for diseases and everything. Mm-hmm. And most people, now some people up in Virginia, they do move their flock, they fence it off and move it to one step. Mm-hmm.
Well, Vic, we got to take a time out there. 29 past the hour.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. With the government reopened, the FAA has paused planned flight cuts caused by air traffic controller staffing shortages during the shutdown. Controllers are now receiving back pay, but disruptions continue, with over 1,000 flights canceled and more than 3,500 delayed. A new poll shows nearly 80% of Texas Latinos who voted for Trump continue to back his policies.
Hispanic voters were never really loyal to a candidate or a party. We're loyal to values.
Abraham Enriquez heads the activist group Buenavito US. Conservatives say it's due to him keeping campaign promises. Latino civil rights group Unidos notes his support is declining. They say only 14% are in favor of mass deportations. Wall Street closed lower.
The Dow plunged 797 points, the S&P 500 fell 113 points, and the Nasdaq dropped 535 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
And
Now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. You know, there's not a whole lot that I tend to agree with when it comes to Stephen A. Smith. He was the ESPN guy, but I guess he also delving into politics. He's floated the idea of a presidential run. I guess he does a podcast called Straight Shooter. But I can't agree with him anymore with his comments where he ripped into the Democrats for only caring about the Epstein files under Trump. He said these files were in existence and free to have been open during the entire Biden administration. You were there 4 years. How come you didn't open it? Because it was a Democrat party then. What am I missing here? Why didn't you do it if it's so important now? You know, see, this is the kind of stuff that really smells. And he's 100% correct. If at the time there was anything incriminating in regards to Donald Trump in there, they were in charge. You had the weaponized FBI, as we know. Yeah, Christopher Wray, James Comer. If there was anybody that would want to bring Trump down, it was those guys. Yeah, why all of a sudden now? And what stinks about it is, the things that may have been changed, altered. I don't know. I'll get back with Vic here. You're talking about China, and I wanted to give you the rest of the story that a blind man brought up a bit earlier. There's a trailer park in Knob Noster, Missouri. They say it's owned by a web of shell companies linked to a Canadian couple with reported ties to Chinese intelligence. And oddly enough, the property shares a fence line with Whitman Air Force Base, home to the B-2 stealth bomber fleet. Could it possibly be used for intelligence and collection or surveillance? Purchased in 2017 by a company called Property Solutions, 3603 LP, controlled that later shifted to a Georgia-based firm owned by a Canadian couple, which is Esther Mi and Cheng Hu. Yeah, this use of multiple shell companies is being viewed by intelligence officers as a potential indicator of state-linked activity designed to conceal ownership. The company is also linked to Miles Guo, G-U-O, a New York-based tycoon recently convicted of fraud who has claimed affiliations with Chinese state security figures. So this is raising eyebrows, you think? U.S. Representative Mark Alford of Missouri, a member of the House Armed Services Committee, calling for action, placing some blame on the Committee of Foreign Investments here in the U.S. for not scrutinizing this purchase. January of last year, Missouri's governor issued an executive order banning any future purchases of agricultural land within 10 miles of any sort of critical military facilities by individuals or companies from any foreign adversary nations, including, obviously, China. And this has actually prompted additional calls for federal and state investigation to all these foreign land acquisitions near sensitive U.S. military sites. It's not a one-off or a coincidence. There seems to be a pattern there. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you there, Steve. You see it whenever George H.W. Bush and Kissinger and all that, they wanted to make peace with China, and they were doing that even at the time that the Vietnam War was going on, even though kind of the Chinese were supporting the Viet Cong. And then the guy, he was governor of Nebraska, and his family, I think the name was Rickett, and they owned the Chicago Cubs, whether they do or not. They actually filed a lawsuit so that the Chinese could build a big hog farm out there in Nebraska. And before that, corporate ownership of farmland had been banned. I mean, even if it was a U.S. company. So all that stuff changed about 20 or 30 years ago. And obviously the Chinese didn't hesitate to take full advantage of it. And, I was aggravated back then when I was trading a little bit more active. And one of the tricks they used to pull on the Chicago Board of Trade, they'd put on a trade, and if it went their way, that was fine. If it didn't go their way, they'd say, oh, that person wasn't authorized to make a trade. And the Board of Trade would let them off the hook. And see, that was a little bit infuriating to me because it kind of hit me in the pocketbook a time or two. So I don't know, you were mentioning that, I don't know, there's supposed to be a board that was supposed to be looking at all these foreign investments and stuff, but there is just we've been letting the Chinese get away with so much stuff. It's absolutely ridiculous. And of course, the matriarch of the Smithfield, pork corporation, she was furious with her son for selling out to the Chinese, but they did, and now the Chinese, I think they're the largest hog producers in the world there because they have, the company here in the United States, and they also have some in Mexico. So they set it up like an American company, and then they basically export to themselves in China. And then, but on the books, it looks like, they're not actually running. The United States is not running a trade deficit, unlike hogs and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a very good. They have a very detailed and planned out thought that they've wormed their way into a lot of the universities to get research, and some of them, there's been some funguses that they were doing research on that they weren't supposed to do, and that comes back to like with this bird flu and everything. So there's a lot that needs to be done. And before I forget it real quick, did you see that Brooke Rollins is digging into the SNAP program and all that?
Yes.
And the okay, well, I will get into that since we're close on time. But dead people were drawing that. Some people were drawing it 5 or 6 days.
Double.
And there are a couple of
double dips. What was it? 500,000 people receiving double dips under the same name somehow. 5,000 dead people receiving. So I suppose, what is this, when maybe a relative dies, grandma or something, you just never say anything, and the EBT card continues to be loaded each month, and I assume other family members just cash in, right? Let's go to the grocery. All right, 844-844-3388. Let me see. Chicken Truck. Hello, Chicken Truck Tom. What's happening?
Hey, Steve. How you doing today?
Doing all right. How you been?
Usual working, trucking up and down the road. So, we've only had about one case of the bird flu in my area that I've heard about. They usually try to keep it pretty hush-hush. But when they first talked about it, I was like, oh, here we go again. But luckily the farm that had it wasn't really too close to any other places, so I haven't heard about it spreading anywhere. But yeah, it spreads like wildfire when it does spread. I mean, it gets on the tires of the trucks, and it can go from birds that are, wild birds that are feeding off of the feed that's spilled on the ground from when they trucks fill the feed bins up on the farms.
Mm-hmm.
It can jump from that bird, and then they go to the next farm down the road, and they crap on the ground, and then that gets sucked into the air to the chicken house, and it's just they say it's just like any other any other virus that goes, like humans, anything that goes around, it just has to run its course. And unfortunately, when it's got a big area to run its course through when it hits, when it starts hitting these farms. But they usually, when they get with us anyway, when they get a positive, when they get a positive case, they usually try to get them birds out that day or the next day, and no matter how big they are, they'll just process them as, whatever that size is, because, they do everything from little tiny couple-pound birds all the way up to like 12-pounders. So they'll just process them at whatever size they're at.
Yeah.
Just so they don't have to kill them all.
So are you aware?
Yeah,
has there been any change in protocol that you're aware of? Are they trying to avoid calling the whole flock, or do you know?
Like I said, when they do get earlier this year, when we had the bad outbreak back in, I think it was like February, March time frame. When they got a positive case, because it was spreading so bad back earlier this year, and when they would get a positive case in the area, all the all the different poultry companies were kind of working together and letting everybody know, hey, I got this place got a positive, and then they would have like a 10-mile radius where they would just go in and just take all the birds out and just process them at whatever weight they were. Just so that, just to try to stop the spread. And, cause it was so bad earlier. So they, like I said, they'll just, if you have a flock that's supposed to be a 10-pound harvest, they'll just go in there and process them at 3 or 4 pound. They'll just process them at that type of bird, that weight. To just so it doesn't spread, and also get them out of there so they're not losing them all. But we haven't heard, they haven't changed our ways as far as biosecurity. We're not having to spray trucks off and stuff yet, but I'm sure it's probably coming if it starts getting bad again.
Right.
They make us spray, we got to spray all the wheels off, we got to spray our boots off, spray the floorboards and the steps of our trucks off, and all that kind of stuff every time we get in and out. But hopefully it's not as bad as what it was earlier this year. But we'll see what happens.
Because that's, and hate to see the egg prices skyrocket again, right? Because if everybody be doing their Christmas baking, all the cookies and the cakes, that's all just coming up in short order, right? All right, Chicken Truck Tom. Hey, appreciate the info there. Thank you for the help here on a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At the NTPA, we continue spotlighting our 2025 Grand National Champions. This week, one of the largest classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors. The machines that turn the smoke from the pipe from white to a tight jet black stream. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from NTPA HQ in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. Just like the other Grand National classes, the Newfields Ag Superstock Diesel Tractors had rain affect the 16-pole schedule. Both nights in Port Recovery were rained out, but that did not stop Colin Ross and Triple Bypass from getting a title. With a season of 20 hooks for Triple Bypass, having an average finish of second is beyond impressive. The season started in Hutchinson with 2 hooks for Colin, where he was 8th and 6th, not where you'd expect a future champ to start. Then came Tomah, and that's where Triple Bypass started the march to the title. Hook 1 was a first for Colin, with Hook 2 and 3 each getting second. By the time Triple Bypass loaded to leave Tomah, Colin was in 4th in the Grand National points race. The 2 hooks in Chapel Hill were both on the podium, with a second and a first, and that first propelled Colin into the top of the points battle. After a rainout in Port Recovery, the Triple Bypass went to Rockwell, and it was pure domination for Colin. First, and then a stop in Napoleon, Ohio with another first. Moving to Poletown in mid-August, Colin took second twice, and during the final hook in Poletown, he struggled a bit, only earning 6th place points. Then the hauler headed west to Sandwich, Illinois, and Colin got back to his winning ways, picking up 2 wins. And this pretty much propelled Colin to the title, with a 4th and a 1st at Enderley to wrap up the season. Colin did have to work for the title, with Kent Payne keeping his Super Rooster closely in second for the 2025 season. Just to show how consistent Triple Bypass was in 2025, of the 20 hooks, Colin won 10 and finished in the top 5 17 of the 20 hooks. And he never finished lower than 10th in a field of 18 that ran for the title. Rounding out the top 10, coming in 3rd was Kyle Holland aboard Black Tornado Revived. 4th went to Travis Schlabach and Bone Twister. The Remedy and Mike Schultz and Doug Messinger took 5th. Taking 6th, Roger Peterson and Just Another One. In 7th was Steve Burge and Lock and Load. 8th went to Joe and Zach Deeganhart. In 9th, Brandon Hunt with Livin' a Dream. And rounding out the top 10 was Brad Campbell with Maybe. Keep up to date with the NTPA at ntpapoll.com. And you can watch NTPA Championship polling every Wednesday on RFD TV at 8:30 Eastern. It's never too late or too early to get geared up for 2026. You can shop online now at shopntpa.com. Shirts, hats, hoodies, and other collectibles are there now. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, let's do a double check, see if Eagle's still on board. Got a few minutes left here. Are you there, Eagle? Well, I'll take that to be a no. All right. Well, Friday, sometimes, every once in a while, we get to hear from Philip there in Florida, giving us space updates. Not this Friday morning, but I'm sure he could have updated his Blue Origin. Indeed launched their huge New Glenn rocket yesterday, carrying a pair of NASA spacecraft destined for Mars. Now, this is only the second flight of this rocket. The Jeff Bezos company and NASA are counting on to get people and supplies to the moon. The 321-foot New Glenn blasting into the afternoon sky from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, sending NASA's twin Mars orbiters on a drawn-out journey to the Red Planet. Liftoff is stalled for like 4 days. Lousy weather. And, of course, we had those solar storms that were strong enough to paint the skies with auroras as far south as Florida. In a remarkable first, they say, Blue Origin recovered the booster following its separation from the upper stage and the Mars orbiters. Yeah, that's a big step to recycle, slashing costs. Very similar to what SpaceX has been very successful at. Company engineers cheering as the booster landed upright on a barge some 375 miles offshore. And ecstatic, Jeff Bezos was watching all the action live from launch control, to which he says, next stop, the moon. All right, New Glenn's inaugural test flight in January delivered a prototype satellite to orbit, but failed to land the booster on the platform in the Atlantic. The identical Mars orbiters, named Escapade, will spend a year hanging out near the Earth, stationed about 1 million miles away. Yeah, once Earth and Mars are properly aligned, they say next fall, the pair will get a gravity boost from Earth to then head toward the Red Planet, arriving sometime in 2027. Fascinating stuff. 1 million miles away, but still get a gravitational boost, a slingshot, I guess. Once around Mars, they're going to map the planet's upper atmosphere, scattered magnetic fields, study how the realms interact with the solar wind, should shed some light on the process behind the escaping Martian atmosphere, helping to explain how the planet went from wet and warm to what is now dry and dusty. Scientists hoping to learn how to best protect astronauts against the harsh radiation environment on Mars. We really want to understand the interaction of the solar wind with Mars better than we do right now. Escapade is going to bring an unprecedented stereo viewpoint because we're going to have 2 spacecraft at the same time. This is a relatively low-budget mission, they say, under $80 million, being managed and operated by UC Berkeley. NASA saved money by signing up for one of New Glenn's early flights. Okay. All right, hope all goes well. With that, we wrap things up for another week here. How about that? All right, have a great Friday, get through the work week, and enjoy your weekend, because it'll be gone just like that. But we'll be back at the midnight hours Sunday into a Monday morning to kick off a new week. Hope you can join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go. And make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling.